Well, good morning, councillors, and good morning to members of our community viewing on live stream, and good morning to our officers. Traditionally, councillors, we provide an acknowledgement of country. We are in Durrumbal country, as we all know, and we pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and acknowledge their traditional custodianship of the land on which we meet. And councillors, I know we pay respect to all Indigenous cultures within Livingstone because they are what essentially define us. So we're more than happy to do that every single meeting because it's very important to do so. Councillors, this morning we've got Pastor Eddie Shravemade from the Capricorn Coast Presbyterian Church to deliver our opening prayer. Welcome, Eddie, and thank you so much for joining us. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, the Bible tells us to pray for all those who are in authority. And I can assure you that is happening with our church at different denominations here. Let's talk to God in prayer. Father, we thank you, Lord, for all our civil servants. We thank you for the hard work and their sacrifice that they have made. Lord, we pray that you'll continually bless them, and may you generously give to each of them wise and discerning hearts to skillfully govern the people in our shire. Give the mayor, leaders, staff and city council wisdom so that they may solve problems, distinguish between right and wrong, and bring order, stability and prosperity to our community. May your wisdom produce in us creative ideas, solutions to problems, new technologies and products. May you give sound counsel and good judgment to help make good decisions. May you also give us greater knowledge, understanding and power so that we may live skillfully and give back what is good and excellent to our community. Lord, give your people in our community a spirit of unity as we follow you, so that with one heart and mind we may work together for the good of our shire and glorify your name. Give us your humility, Lord. Let all barriers, walls and strongholds and divisions that keep us separated from you and one another come down. In Jesus' name we ask this. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Eddie.
Councillor Bellows given notice of a potential conflict of interest, so we should resolve that matter prior to the deputation.
Yep.
Involves the deputation.
We might deal with it
Resolve that matter before the deputation proceeds.
Yep.
So we'll go to the jury on that.
Councillors, we have Councillor Eastwood absent today with an apology. As we know, there's been a death in his immediate family, and we extend our extreme sympathies to members of his family and to Councillor Eastwood, and we will be sending obviously a wreath and a card to Councillor Eastwood to express our sympathies.
Mr Chair, if I could just say that
Sure.
Councillor Eastwood rung this morning just to say that he really is sad that he can't be here. He very much feels a responsibility to be here, but just thinks that it may be a bit too early, so just wanted to pass that on.
Indeed.
Thank you.
So leave of absence will note Councillor Eastwood's absence. Now, can I get a mover? Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Seconded, Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 4, confirmation of the previous minutes, which is the minutes of the ordinary meeting of the 19th of April 2022. Is everyone happy they're a true and correct record? Can I get moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Watson. Thank you. All in favour? You up with me, Justine? Councillor Mather, Councillor Watson. Carried unanimously. Declarations of interests in matters on the agenda. Councillors, I'll kick this one off. I have a declarable conflict of interest in 12.4 as my wife operates a food van, and this matter requires a resolution that will affect the operation of her business. So I will withdraw myself from the meeting for that particular agenda item. Councillor Bello, I think you were submitting a declaration of interest this morning as well.
Yeah, that's correct, Mr Chair. In relation to the item for the development application for the multiple units at Emu Park, I sent through this morning an email to the CEO and all councillors that I become aware that my son-in-law, whose name is Zaya Carr, is a very distant relation to the applicant, Mr Rob Carr. Zaya's grandfather, I believe, was Mr Carr's cousin, I believe. Peter Carr, who teaches at the TAFE. So on that basis, it's a very, very distant relationship. I don't believe they've ever met and don't have any more connection than anybody else in the community. But I believe that it was responsible of me to declare that as a potential perceived conflict of interest. On the basis of the non-relationship that exists between them, I believe that it'd be my responsibility to stay at the table and contribute to the decision-making on behalf of the community. But I'm going to hand that decision over to my fellow councillors for them to consider that and make their determination.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Bello. Any questions of Councillor Bello? Councillors, is everyone happy for Councillor Bello to remain in the room?
Yes, Mayor, I think that any relationship wasn't even known. It's very distant, and there has been no communication and no close family ties. So I don't have a problem.
Well, as always, the question is whether Councillor Bello feels as though he's got, or this will somehow affect his ability to make an impartial decision, and I'm assuming you feel that it won't. So, all right. So, yep, we'll do that. So that Council resolves that Councillor Bello, Deputy Mayor Bello, remains in the room for voting on what agenda? 12.1. Thank you, Councillor. All right. You. Sorry. The deputation? Yeah. All right. 6.1 and 12.1. Yeah. You up with this? All good?
I've already got this.
Excellent. All right. Okay. Step ahead of me as usual. All right. So all in moved, Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Friend. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimous. Thank you. Okay. 6.1, public forums and deputations. Councillors, as you can see, we've got the proponents for the multiple dwelling application at Emu Park at the end of the table. Welcome, gentlemen. Good to see you. And we've got Mr Richard Ford from the Capricorn Survey Group and Mr Rob Carr, the applicant and owner. So,
just a point of correction, sorry, my name's Stephen Motti.
I'm sorry,
Town
Stephen.
Planner with Rosie and Motti. Richard, an apology.
thank you. I think I've only met Mr Ford once, so I wasn't sure.
No problem.
All right, gentlemen, the floor is yours. You have
Yeah.
20 minutes.
20 minutes?
Well, 15 plus 5 for questions, if so.
Appreciate your time and thank you, Council, for the opportunity just to present the application and also, obviously, the bona fides of the developer, Mr Carr, so we'll speak to Rob a little sooner. I suppose the development looks to pick up the cues of Council's contemporary scheme. So your last scheme quite deliberately looks to identify a need to enhance Emu Park for both residents, tourists and travellers, and the design seeks to achieve that. The design also looks to pick up extensive work that's been done in terms of foreshore redevelopment and the creation of an amenity there, and develop and redevelop a site at the moment that has poor built form and present a development that provides permanent residence, short-term accommodation and shops. Council would be aware that its scheme is a performance-based scheme. What that means is the acceptable solutions that are embedded within the scheme represent one way of achieving performance outcomes that are quite explicit within the scheme, but they're not the only way. So alternate designs can be considered and quite allowable, subject to performance against the stated outcomes, and that's what this design is sought to do. The contemporary scheme develops a clear strategic framework for the area, saying it wants to elevate and improve built form, amenity and opportunity for tourists, residents and travellers. And the codes themselves similarly look to encourage higher and better built form. So Council would be aware that this land is from the local community centre, local centre designation, and that has an expectation for mixed-use development, multiple dwelling development, short-term accommodation and shops. This development delivers on that. There were a number of submitters, quite properly entitled to make submissions regarding the development. They raised several areas of concern, and those concerns were addressed within the design. The report was supported by a number of expert reports, including the engineering report, stormwater, traffic and the like, to ensure that impacts could be properly managed. And Council would see in the recommendation they're properly managed by the imposition of reasonable and relevant conditions to direct and secure performance. In terms of height, the performance outcome is very deliberate about identifying a low to medium rise development within the area. It's very specific about that reference, and by tying it back to purpose statements within the code, you can see the council is clearly expressing a need for mixed development in this area. The scheme itself doesn't identify specifically a medium rise definition, but reference can be directed towards the major centre code, and there's a clear performance statement there around medium rise development and an expectation that medium rise there is 6 stories. So we believe quite properly the development achieves and advances expectations of council's scheme. So in the planning framework, the development achieves expectations promoted by council scheme, encouraged by council scheme for the locality. Outcomes can be secured by imposition of reasonable and relevant conditions that are lawful and direct the developer to secure certain outcomes in terms of construction. It's responsive to the overarching strategic frameworks established by council scheme, and also importantly by the regional plan, which seeks to improve housing option diversity and choice within the region as well, and this development directly targets that. That's probably enough around the planning framework. I might just throw to Rob in terms of some of the developments he's undertaken in the past.
Yeah, so with this is not my first time in Livingstone Shire. I'm a local in Rockhampton, lived in Yeppoon. I've done developments in Yeppoon, in Livingstone Shire, being Villa Marcolina on top of the bluff hill there. I've done that 23 years ago. We turned that into a 5-star resort, a 5-star rating. It's still, I think, today is that, or 4.5. So after 25 years, it stood the test of time. We've done subdivisions being Gilleby Woods, Discovery, and Discovery Crescent, Statue Bay, Meckerville, gated community, Meckerville Hill, Meckerville Street. So we've done development. We produce a product that stands the test of time. I'm not here for a short time, even though I'm getting older. But no, we're here to do the right thing by the people of Emu Park and the Shire. So we do put out good product. We over deliver, and I think that helps us with product. I'm involved in a lot of development further north than here in the shopping centres. So we've got the background of shopping centres, unit development, subdivisional work. So one thing I guarantee to you, I won't let you down. We want to get this project up and running. We think there's a good need for it. We've had plenty of interest in the project, and we'd like to see us progress.
So again, in summary, we see the development being appropriate, having regard to the strategic framework that commits expectation for development in the area and outcomes sought by the regional plan. It certainly achieves a high compliance with applicable codes under council scheme. It obviously provides a response to need in terms of housing. Council's own housing report identifying a need for 330 dwellings for the next 5 years, I think, each year. So it looks to contribute to need. And importantly, as I said, it picks up on the cues established by council and investments made by council, state and others in terms of foreshore development. So there's a level of amenity emerging, and quite properly this development looks to advance that, and also create efficiencies in terms of infrastructure spend that's going in there at the moment with the water reservoir and the like. It promotes efficiencies in the spend that's being made by council. And ultimately it presents an urban form that is actively encouraged by council one that creates a podium level, activated street level, one with then residential accommodation above.
The project was first, the application was lodged in October, and I've had a very good feel with council. The council office has been outstanding. The feedback, the changes we had to make, well received by us, and we listened to people. So we have made changes, and I think it's certainly a different product than what was first put up.
Thank you, gentlemen. Councillors, any questions of the gentleman at the table? Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for taking the time for this deputation. First of all, I'd like to thank you for continuing to have faith and invest in our area. We need people like you, and your name is out there for sure. Being a local boy, you would be familiar with the feelings of the Emu Park people, and there's not a lot of development that's happened down there that's been approved but never progressed in the Emu Park area for one reason or another. And given the number of submitters that you alluded to, and we've read probably most of those, there's a common theme that they want to keep it into a village atmosphere. That's beside the point. Nothing stands still, as we both know. Had you ever considered, given that feeling and being local, you would be, I think, aware of the feelings down there. Had you considered meeting with the people and sort of having an open day and say, come on, we'll tell you all about it, and get them on board early in the piece? I mean, it's not unheard of.
No, I understand. I listened to, I read the reports, the submitters, and I thought I could get out of those submissions, what I would have got at a meeting, and I thought I didn't want to. I suppose I like to do things in private, get things done and present, and that's why I chose to do that.
And the process allows it, so that formal component was quite important, and that's when I came on board. So Rob engaged me at that point to review all the submissions to understand what is the concerns, how can we best look to respond and quite properly consider potential changes. My background, I'm a town planner, also a human being, but tragically a town planner. And so it gave me an opportunity to revisit the scheme, revisit the project against each of the code, and saw compliance there. So I saw a scheme that actively encouraged this form of development. In saying that, Rob then identified a preference to remove a story, and so a story was removed.
You obviously had a look at those submitters and realised that you could compromise in that regard, and you could come down a level, which is still over and above the scheme.
Well, it's not. So the scheme, it's certainly in variance to the acceptable solution. So the acceptable solution, one design solution of achieving the outcome, but the performance outcome itself identifies a preference for low to medium rise, and so this alternate design responds to that. So it still achieves the scheme.
Yeah. You said, Mr. Carter, what you got out of it, like the submissions, what you got out of it. Yeah. I'm putting the boot on the other foot, saying what the public could get out of having you there, what the public could get out of having you to bounce things off and satisfy their concerns that they would have.
I thought I'd rather do that in form of change the application. I think all he would say that we had a fair caning media-wise on that project, and it was no point, I don't think, stirring the can. I would rather put pen to paper, change, look at the submissions and change accordingly. And as Stephen has said, in the scheme it's low/medium rise. So I chose to take the floor off, make it look like separate buildings in relation to the roof line. At certain angles that you look at that building, it does look like they're separated. So,
well, certainly there's nothing like it down that way, that end of town.
And I think that's the intent to provide catalytic sort of investment. So it provides a modern, attractive and functional facility that contributes to some of the investment that's already been made there. Council quite properly, your point before about decisions having been made but not delivered. Council, I think, identifying in their conditions an expectation for a commencement within a certain time frame. So that's well understood, and certainly Rob's keen to put it on the ground.
Yeah, in development, I've got a saying that raw land eats breakfast before you do, so I'm not going to sit there on a vacant block of land.
And paying rates on it too.
I will develop, and I think the whole area will benefit, and I don't think it's going to be a catalyst for a heap of developers to come in here and into Emu Park and do things. I think there's a certain market, there's a certain number of units that can be achieved in there, and it's certainly I think in the right area. I suppose what I'm also looking at is trying to activate that end of town and give us like a beachfront feel, like Yeppoon has. You can lob in the front of there and there's activity through there. Whereas Yeppoon, if you drive in from Rockhampton to Emu Park, I felt sometimes you'll go there. I've seen cars go straight to the end of to the boat ramp, turn around, and go to Yeppoon, but they don't see that end. So I thought it might drag some interest up that end.
And Council scheme actively encourages that, so it's been very deliberate about its zonings in terms of committing that footprint. So this is something that won't spill beyond boundaries. Council's been very deliberate, sort of Drake Hotel back in that block to look for and encourage this sort of mass. And so in terms of concern around precedent, each application certainly addresses its merits, but the Council's been very deliberate about its setting the scene within the scheme and developing and delivering zones quite explicitly for Emu Park.
Thank you.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for attending today and letting us know a little bit more information about this development from your side of the coin. I suppose back in 2016 to 2018, when the planning scheme was accepted, there was a great amount of community consultation, and the community overwhelmingly said that they only wanted 4 stories. And in doing so, that was well accepted. Now, I suppose my question to you is that when, in your preliminary discussions with the council officers, was this brought up to you, and had you considered a development of that height? I understand that you're developers, and I understand that you need to regain and recoup the funds that you're putting into this. However, was that any consideration to keep it to the 4 stories? I'm not saying that I disagree, and I'm not saying that the code is wrong, because the code is the code, but the average person on the street, including myself, even as a councillor, who have had 10 years of council experience as an officer, don't quite understand town planning and development and codes, etc. So was that ever a consideration of keeping it to the 4 stories? Because I believe that is the contentious issue here for most of the people in Emu Park.
As a developer, you look at opportunity, and when I purchased that land, I looked at the town plan. There's a low/medium rise mentioned in that area. And I think anyone that looks at a town plan, it should be in layman's terms, so the layman can walk in, look at the plan and say, oh, this is what I can do. It's performance-based, mind you, but so that's what sort of triggered me. It wasn't the full story. It was, I looked at it and I said, there's an opportunity here. It's low to medium rise. Medium rise is defined as 6 floors in the plan. So I went that way. First call, I went to 7 floors, and I took the feedback about the height. We reduced that back to 6, but that's where I stood.
And the development's not unfettered, so notwithstanding the performance to low to medium rise, there's still other obligations that quite properly need to be met. And so council scheme does talk about need for housing, need for that mixed use development, assurance of the shop development below. So it's the mix that generates, I suppose, the height and how best to deliver. It also means that impacts still need to be addressed though. And so in terms of the visual amenity report, it identified that a 4-story structure would have the same impact in terms of views and the like as a 6-story. In terms of traffic, in terms of impacted views, and very deliberately that expert looked to provide that information to council. In terms of 4-storey structure, would it impact view, surrounding views as much as the 6-storey structure? You still have to look at other impacts such as traffic. So traffic was considered as well, and traffic impact assessment was provided in support of the application to ensure proper traffic control, that the car parking number delivered for the mixed-use development met council's expectations, and again, imposition of reasonable and relevant conditions, direct outcomes around that, those impacts.
Well, we probably need to pull it up there, ladies and gentlemen, because we only have 2 minutes to go, and I can't imagine that we're going to have a question and an answer within the 2-minute time frame. So can I just again thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation. And councillors, we have a recommendation that the deputation be received. Moved Councillor Hutton. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Mather, thank you. All in favour? Thank you very much, councillors. Now, for members of the gallery, that doesn't mean the report's been adopted or the development's been approved. We're just receiving the deputation, which is a formality. All right. Now, councillors, in the interest of the developers being present and members of the gallery, I'm going to move a procedural motion that 12.1 be brought forward for discussion now, so that we can get it out of the way and the developers can go home and members of the gallery can go home without having to wait around all day for us to get to it on the agenda as it currently sits.
Thank you. Do you want to move to the side?
Yeah. All right, so I'll move a procedural motion that 12.1 be brought forward for discussion now. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Welcome to the table, ladies.
Sorry, I just have a PowerPoint that will just come up in a second. So good morning, Mayor and councillors. This application is for a material change of use for 42 multiple dwellings, 24 short-term accommodation units and shops. The development's over 8 properties and located at 2 to 10 Patterson Street and 13 to 19 Granville Street, Emu Park, with frontages to Patterson Street, Granville Street and Archer Street. The application was impact assessable and assessed against the full scheme, as the proposal exceeds the acceptable outcome nominated height limit of 4 stories. The ground floor includes a shop, the entry and lobby and common areas for the accommodation. Levels 1 to 5 is the accommodation with 9 units on level 1 to 4 and 6 units on level 5. The proposal is for all units to be long-term, multiple dwellings, and 24 of the units to be able to be used interchangeably as short-term accommodation. The development involves awnings over the street and landscaping at ground level and level 1. The ground level commercial area will activate the streets, and the development will provide a level of active and passive surveillance. The development, whilst above the acceptable outcome height limit of 4 stories, achieves the performance outcome of the local centre zone code, as the development achieves a medium rise development at 6 stories. The development is a higher density development in the second largest and established centre in Livingstone Shire. The building bulk is articulated through the stepped roof design, large balconies, landscaping, awnings and a podium design for the units above ground level. The development will not adversely impact or affect views from the 3 major public viewing places as per the Capelhorn Coast landscape study, which include entering Emu Park along Emu Park Road near the golf course, near Haven Road and near Bell Park, and this is towards important local features such as the singing ship. The application was subject to public notification and 195 submissions were received during the notification period. The submissions were summarised by Planning Grounds, and the most common submission item was in relation to the building height, site cover, not reflecting the Emu Park character and village feel, the local environmental considerations and impacts, and the non-compliance with the recently adopted planning scheme. All submissions received were reviewed, considered, summarised by Planning Ground and addressed in the officer report. In summary, the acceptable outcome is one way to achieve compliance. The proposal was justified against the performance outcome, which details that development is low to medium rise, and this is the performance-based assessment process in Queensland under planning legislation. Queensland does not operate under a prescriptive planning system. The development site is within the local centre zone and identified as an urban infill area in the strategic framework. High density developments of low to medium rise are preferred to occur in a centre zone, including the local centre zone of Emu Park. The development is considered medium rise at 6 stories. The proposal will provide an alternative housing choice within the locality of Emu Park, being long-term units with the opportunity for some units to be booked for short-term use. The building includes coastal elements and the building bulk has been articulated through the roof, balconies, podium design, above ground level awnings and landscaping. The development will be subject to infrastructure charges to the amount of $405,000 approximately, and less offsets. And the application is recommended for approval subject to reasonable and relevant conditions. Thank you. Any questions?
Councillor Hutton.
Yes, is there any opportunity, Jenna, thank you very much for your report and for the detail that's provided in it. Is there any opportunity that you could speak to us around the existing and lapsed approvals in the area?
Yes.
Just to give an idea as to...
Definitely. So through the chair, I will just go back to my PowerPoint for a second, Justine, please, and I can just point a few out just to give an idea of where there are some approvals that are still current and some lapsed approvals. So through Emu Park, there is a number of sites that do hold current approvals for higher density development. There is an approval over the sites on Emu Street for 3 stories. There's an approval over this site, 2 sites here for a 5-story building. There is an approval for a development of 4 stories in this area, and there's an approval that has lapsed and wasn't constructed for the development that was approved, well, where the IGA Drakes is located, and it was a 5-story building. It's since lapsed and they've constructed a different development, but there is a number throughout the area, and then there is the existing accommodation here at 3 stories. So there's a number of permits that have been, I suppose, applied for, approved in Emu Park, just have not yet been developed.
Jenna, for my own edification, can you just explain the concepts of low density, medium density, and how that affects height levels? Because if you look at the planning scheme, it essentially says that 4 levels is the accepted use. Can you explain how the variation that you're recommending occurred?
Yeah, so in relation to density, that's about the number of units on the site area and how many people can fit in there, different to heights. So the height is in relation to the story. So the acceptable outcome for the local centre zone code is 4 stories. So the development doesn't achieve the acceptable outcome. So what happens is we do an assessment against the higher level criteria in the planning scheme, which is the performance outcome, and if we need to go higher, which is the overall outcomes or the strategic framework. So in terms of this assessment, the stories, so the number of stories was justified against the performance outcome of the low to medium rise.
Can you just explain that, please?
Yep.
Talk about performance planning schemes and how that relates.
So the performance planning scheme, so how planning works in Queensland is, one way to achieve compliance with the code is you tick all the acceptable outcomes, and that's compliance. That would be a code accessible application. You've met what council, I suppose, has written in that level. It's very easy to achieve a number there. If you don't comply with that, then you do an assessment against the higher level statements. So they're more broad. It doesn't particularly have a number tied to the statements. So this is where it talks about the low to medium rise of development. That has been tied back to an overall outcome in the major centre zone code, where it identifies that medium rise is a 6-story, and a low rise building is tied to the figures within the acceptable outcomes of 4 stories. So performance-based planning it's not prescriptive. It's, I suppose, based on merit and what's being proposed in the development, and can it achieve other outcomes in the planning scheme as well. So
What determines low and medium density?
density is about the number.
Height. Okay.
Yeah, so density again is about the number of people, I suppose, living and being on a site, whereas the height, so low rise, in the planning scheme, our planning scheme, low rise is tied to the figure that says low rise is 4 stories in Emu Park. When you have a look at the broader picture of the planning scheme and the other aspects, which you can do an impact assessment, you can have a look at anything within the planning scheme, anything that's relevant. The major centre zone code does talk about medium rise being 6 stories, so that's where we have looked at the scheme, I suppose, in a broader context as to what is low and what is medium for our planning scheme.
Okay. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, just to follow on from that question, so is there any differential at all between what we've identified for Emu Park is not in the major zone? So is there equivalency for the definition of medium from the major zone to the local zone, which is what Emu Park's identified is, or should they be the same, or are they meant to be viewed differently?
So through the chair, that they are different zones. So the major centre zone is our higher order centre, the highest order centre in our shire. We have 4 different centres, so 4 categories of centres. Currently we only have 2 centres that have, I suppose, are developed and established, which is Yeppoon being our major and Emu Park as our local. So there really is only the 2 centres, I suppose, in our planning scheme that have been established and are currently operating, I suppose. We're missing a district centre at the moment, which has been earmarked for somewhere just outside of Emu Park, but it's currently, there's no plans for that centre, and there's no developers, I suppose, that have progressed a district centre, which is the second highest order. So they are similar in terms of centres where we want high density developments to locate, where we want commercial uses to locate, but I suppose Emu Park, a local centre, is a smaller centre than your major district centre, but it doesn't limit, I suppose, the height. The height is in terms of the low to medium rise and achieving the performance outcome there.
Probably talking to Jenna's point further. There we go. In respect, I get what you're saying, Councillor Hutton. In respect of height, what you'll quite often find in planning schemes is that it does sit in that acceptable outcome. So every zone will have a height limit identified as a preferred height within the acceptable outcome, and then the terminology in respect of, so say major centres 7 or 4 or 3 or whatever it is, will be dependent on the zone in that acceptable outcome. But the terminology of low and medium and high is generally consistent across the scheme, and you'll find that's why we had to broaden our assessment for this application to look at what medium is, and I think Stephen's assessment also picked that up in as Jenna mentioned, you step up through the scheme and you do a full assessment against all the strategic framework and relevant outcomes in the scheme, and that's what impact assessment is. That code is tick and flip. Impact is the broader assessment.
Councillor.
Just one follow-up. Having read all the submissions, quite often where there was reference to not only height, there was also reference to character and nature of community, which obviously is reflective of that low or local centre zone as opposed to a major centre zone. What role does character have in influencing the approval process for a development application such as this one?
So through the chair, for the character, we did have a look. There is the Emu Park Town Centre guidelines, which were developed a few years ago in relation to what Emu Park, or what we, I suppose, want Emu Park to look like. And that talked about coastal vernacular, whites, landscaping, and you can see that through some of the intersections that council has and some of the road upgrades that council has constructed previously and recently. So through this development, they have integrated quite a lot of landscaping through that ground level and level 1. There is the use of large balconies to have that coastal or tropical aspect. There's also the use of, I suppose, your white colouring in terms of the walls, the use of timbers, those natural colours, so pulling those features that you might see in a coastal landscape into the building design. So there has been a few aspects in terms of pulling those coastal characters into the building.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Jenna and Erin, for being here today and presenting this. A lot of my questions along this page have been answered already. Thank you. However, I'd like to concentrate on the public notification side of things. So people would probably wonder, with the amended plans that have come through, why it hasn't gone again to public notification. Can you explain why it didn't go back?
Sure. Through the Chair, Council, we issued a further advice following public notification, and it related to the building bulk, and through that we offered some suggestions. There was about 7 or 8 suggestions in terms of what could be done to reduce the building bulk and the impact. So amended plans were lodged which reduced the building height to 6 stories, and that was the major change, I suppose, in those change plans, was a reduction of the height. There obviously was other articulation of the roof and changes to the exterior and the balconies. But the development assessment rules detail how development applications must be lodged, assessed and decided. The proposal plans were changed in response to the further advice, and these changes did not trigger the requirement to repeat the notification process, as the assessment manager was satisfied the change would not likely attract a submission objecting to the thing that comprised the change. So the main change to the plans was reduction of height. So everyone's submission, when they lodged a submission, I suppose, if they were objecting to the height, which a lot of the submissions did, or majority of the submissions did, a 6-story building is still over the acceptable outcome. That was what most of the submissions were about. So we were satisfied that the submissions are still relevant, it's still over the acceptable outcome, so it's still something that people might not be, I suppose, happy with. So it doesn't require to go back to public notification.
Okay, and just following on from that, out of the 195 submissions, 172 were properly made. And reading through, that's because they were anonymous, some were anonymous or didn't have contact details, etc., etc. I just want to make a point to the public and those watching on live stream, that's so important to put your name and contact details to these submissions for them to be taken on board. But how many of these were for the proposal?
I can just double check. There was a number of for the proposal. I don't think I put that down, but there was at least over probably about 10, but I'm not sure of the number of. At least 5. Sorry, I don't have the exact number about how many were for the proposal.
Okay, so but at least 5.
At least 5. Thanks, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, one other question, this is more out of curiosity and regarding the report for those in the gallery. It's not really about the actual plans, but on page 70, and it's just for my own curiosity, it says 15 to 17 Granville Street is a shop complex and was built prior to 1872. Either this was an error or does it have historical value?
Through the Chair, I think that should be 1972, not 1872.
Okay, so
Sorry.
thank you. And just my last one, and I thank you for your patience with this. On attachment 4 to the report, it says the local centre zone code on the right-hand side, AO 1.1, building height does not exceed, and you've explained that to us being medium rise of up to 6 stories, but then directly underneath, AO 1.1 states it does not comply. So for those in the public reading our agenda and reading this, how would you explain that? Because if I am a layperson, and I would say, well, hang on, it doesn't comply.
So through the Chair, that's in relation to the acceptable outcome. It doesn't comply with the acceptable outcome, the height, and so that's when the assessment below that again, it says PO1 justified to achieve the performance outcome. So
just for clarity, because I think I've picked up what you're saying, we've actually copied the exact content of the code and inserted it for totality into that first box. and then the officer's assessment is immediately below that. So the words that you're reading in the first line are the words directly from the scheme, and the information underneath is the officer's response. It's a bit tricky to fit it all properly in columns to get all the words out there.
Thank you, ladies.
Councillors, any other questions of the officers? Councillor Mather?
Just a one, rather simple one, Mr Mayor. Girls, ladies, I note that there were no off-street car parks in the application. They're all inside the perimeter of the property. The site coverage was 67%. And taking on board that the visitors' car parks would be inside the property, what amount of vegetation, like landscaping, that would be applied to this development?
So through the chair, that
There
there is,
wouldn't be much taking on board the site coverage and the internal car parking.
yeah, so through the chair, that there is 2 levels of basement car parking. So there is quite a significant number of car parks under the building. And there's also been conditions to ensure that there's upgrades to the road frontages to be consistent with the works I suppose council has done around Granville Street and Emu Street. And that will provide some, I suppose, street parking as well, which is open for all the public to use. In terms of site cover, there is quite a bit of vegetation around the rear of the building. I can just show you on the plan.
And if we're looking at presentation of it,
So this is the level 1 floor plan. You can see that there's all balcony plantings
what
around
about
level 1.
on the ground?
And then the ground level, all of this rear boundary is landscaped all the way along here. And there's also landscaping to the frontage. You can see in this photo as well, the landscaping that will be within the road reserve, I suppose, to provide that street plantings as well. So there is landscaping. Apologies, I don't have that plan on my slides, but there is landscaping all the way along the boundaries and along the frontages as well, and on level 1. So there is quite a, in terms of the development, there is a bit of landscaping on the site.
No, sorry, you can't. No. Members of the gallery have to be invited. Sorry, at this point in time, the floor is belonging to the officers.
Yes, yes. No, seeing we have the proponents here, it was just an observation that on the screen that if we're looking at that tropical relaxation seaside look, I would have expected to have some sort of trees and shade there. That's just an observation, okay?
The awning that we put across the building, it was a gas requirement. That's a great idea, the shade. It does limit what you can put at
Yes.
street level.
This comes back to bulk. You've got a big footprint and not enough room to put some of the real natural features in.
We have transferred landscape through the first floor. But ground, we certainly all over street trees. And I suggested that centre parking, there'll be trees in there also. And,
As you well know, we love our trees up this way.
yeah, I've probably planted more trees I've taken out. I don't mind.
Good to hear that. Thank you.
Councillor
Thanks,
Mather?
Mr Mayor. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
All right. All right. Councillor, yeah.
Perhaps the question I had, we've talked a lot about height and medium, the medium density zone. The 7 stories, where would that sit? Is that within the medium density zone or is it one above?
Through the chair, it could be considered that it would be above the medium through that broader assessment of the planning schemes, where it identifies a medium rise is considered 6 stories. So yeah, it could be considered above the medium.
So 6 is within the framework, but 7 would be above?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right. Councillor Watson?
Janet, just it's confused me since the start of this, where we were shown plans that showed 4 stories, and now we're talking 6, 50% above what it started. I know you keep saying about medium density, but we've always seen on the piece of paper in front of us 4 stories. I don't understand why we're contemplating 6. I know we need this. I know we need this. Emu Park has no real accommodation. I just feel that is too high, and I don't understand why we've always been shown 4 floors when the medium can come in at 6. Could you explain that, please?
Councillor, that's in relation to the acceptable outcome where you've the planning scheme has the 4-storey height in the figures in the acceptable outcome, as we've explained before today, that we work within a performance-based scheme, and it's a full assessment of the scheme. Acceptable outcome is one way to achieve the goals of that.
So why did we not put medium rise on it instead of 4 floors?
In the acceptable outcome.
On the plans that we've been seeing, the town plan says 4.
The town.
Sorry, it says both. Well, then how can it say both? That's what I'm getting at.
4 stories is one way to achieve what the overall desire for this local centre is. The way that the Queensland planning provisions require councils to write planning schemes is quite detailed in what sort of information you can put within the overall outcomes and the performance outcomes.
So you're saying it's pointless saying 4 floors when you just should say medium?
If you want to, council might look to, on a future amendment to the planning scheme, look to consider stronger wording or wording that may influence height differently to the way that the low, medium, rise is actually currently described.
Thank you.
Councillor Watson? Oh, sorry, Councillor Friend. Oh, Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Don't even look like Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies, would you just take us back to 2016, where the new Livingstone planning scheme was undertaking public consultation, and quite a bit of public consultation in relation to the town plan of Emu Park. When you were discussing, and I know that you were both here then, when you were discussing this with the good people of Emu Park, what was their main contribution towards height and amenity?
I'm sorry, Councillor Friend, I don't have the specific details of information that Emu Park residents gave. Melissa Warwick and our strategic team would be able to provide that, but Jenna, through the final assessment of this application and ongoing through the assessment of this, has been in contact with Melissa and considered, the drafting of the scheme, and I don't have the specific submissions or the details of the people that made submissions during that notification stage in 16-17.
Thank you.
Councillor Hutton, do you want to make a comment?
If we were finished with questions, I just wanted to take a final opportunity to thank them for the efforts that they've put into this, understanding that when something is outside of the outcome-based process and needs to go through that performance-based process, it requires such a level of detail, and obviously making sure that from an officer's perspective, they're providing the best advice to councillors, while not always going to be what is expected or necessarily popular. It takes the best parts of the public service tradition to make sure that you actually step forward, and as you've done today, provide that information fearlessly and frankly. Regardless of whichever way the decision ultimately goes, you've done a great service to this organisation and to your community by being frank and honest and fearless. So well done to both of you, and thank you.
Thank you. You got a question, Councillor Mather?
Just one last one, Mr. Chairman. There are a few public concerns in relation to traffic flow. Can the officers give any direction in that regard? Because Patterson Street and the other, what's the other street?
Granville.
No, Archer. There's entrance from Archer as well, and I'm just thinking with the number of vehicles and people proposed, would there need to be? There was nothing there that I could see that related to road design, like whether it be on that corner, because you could enter from both sides.
Right.
So through the chair, the main access for vehicles is from Patterson Street. There's only one entry and exit to the basement car parking area. The access to Archer Street is for pedestrian access. There's no vehicle access from Archer Street. And then there's a condition that requires them to lodge an operational works for both road works and access and parking works. So that's in relation to the upgrades to make sure the parking on street is, I suppose, reflective of what council has done in Emu Park. And then the access and parking works is in relation to internal to the site.
Yeah, just given the number of vehicles we might expect with the current design, is there any intention or any thought given to that intersection at all, because it's pretty sad at the moment, and if it's going to cater for a lot of traffic, it would certainly need upgrade, but there was nothing that actually, that I could see anyhow, and I've been through it, that would address that.
Through the chair, there has been a traffic impact assessment that has been prepared by the applicant, and it is an approved document, so that roadworks and any works will need to comply with that as well, that report. So it has, yeah, the development engineers have assessed that document and are comfortable with the proposals and recommendations of that report.
So is there anything happening on that intersection, on that corner?
So that is the roundabout at the corner of Hill Street and Patterson. That is a Department of Transport and Main Roads, so that's the state government.
But as a stakeholder, we would have a say, or at least be contacted.
From the traffic, there's nothing was
We only
raised.
did one chop at this when we do any designs for roads or any upgrades.
So there was no concerns raised by the infrastructure team in terms of the access or traffic movements based on the traffic impact assessment that was lodged and assessed.
Okay, so there's nothing going on to the roads that's going to upgrade them given the impact that they have.
Not other than the requirement to provide, or I suppose to formalise Patterson Street, Granville Street and Archer Street as the passages to make it consistent with the works that council has done, to make sure that the car parking and the roadworks there are all consistent.
Could
So that's
we
the
have
condition.
access to what's being proposed in your other document at a later date? Not now, at a later date, we can have a look at that.
Definitely.
We understand what we're going to have, because I'm thinking, once we get a development, any development that comes along, if we don't make the best of that development as to any upgrades necessary, the ratepayer going on picking it up at the end of the line because of the impact.
Yeah, so the traffic impact assessment is a public document. It's available online to have a look at that one, and it does form part of the approval as an approved document that they will need to.
I'll send it to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Councillor Watson.
It's more just a question of the table. Can we in the future have a look at the town plan so that we don't have the problem with the developers not knowing exactly what we're looking at in the way of what's the word? Stress. Just lost.
Councillor Watson, to try and help you out, I'll undertake to have that chat with the CEO. We might see if we can
Appreciate that. Thank you.
do something with that. Any other questions, councillors?
The question I had, Mr Chair, and recognising our standing orders that at your discretion it does allow perhaps a question or a statement from the gallery. I'm wondering whether it would be, I guess, courteous to perhaps allow for either one question or a statement from a spokesperson. I'd be comfortable with that, but obviously that's the discretion of the chair and the table. So
I'm going to go to the rest of the councillors on that. Councillors, your views?
Mr Chair, is that a procedural motion?
No.
No, it's understanding
It's
orders.
just a request of
So
the chair.
I think that is appropriate.
All right. Everyone comfortable, councillors?
No objection, one question, Mr. Mayor.
All right, okay. Do you have a spokesperson, members of the gallery?
I would just like to say there might be two different opinions in the gallery, though.
Right.
So you might have a for and against.
Right.
So you might have for and against, more than one.
Well, do we have a for and an against?
Well, I'm for.
Okay, would you like to talk to us, Mr Svensson?
Yeah, I would.
Would you mind standing, thanks?
You want to turn the microphone on? This
Yeah.
has been knocked back a story, which, as the council has said and as the officer said, it doesn't really comply to the scheme. But it's muchly needed in Emu Park. The accommodation situation in Emu Park is serious. It's, people, you go to the salvos and they'll tell you that there's no accommodation. And for people to come to do functions in Emu Park, as you know, we've got a rugby league club and a buoyant rugby league club. We've got a surf lifesavers club that is extremely big, which is just right across the road. And when they have these functions in these organisations which are made to boom the area, they all come and accommodate in your boom. I understand that, it's not too far away, but that does put a lot of problems on the road network. And that's one thing that wasn't asked by the council. I'm for this proposal because we need, did look at the officer's planning and approval, and I was a little bit sceptical, but I think it's pretty good. But we have got no accommodation for any function that we run in Emu Park, and that's a real problem. And if we go forward in Emu Park, what I see the real problem with this proposal is the road network. Because if we approve this, we're going to then put a little flag up to say we can approve others that can go actually higher. So your footprint and your densities are going to have a lot of issues in Emu Park. We do not want to end up like Yeppoon, a traffic jam. As soon as you drive into Yeppoon, traffic jam. We do not want that in Emu Park, so councillors should be looking at, I see a proposal come forward, and if they build it, we are then going to have problems with traffic flow. So there must be put in budget money to be spent on roadworks in Emu Park. It's actually really embarrassing. There's no footpaths in the CBD and things like that. So I do know there'll be road contribution by this particular developer. I don't think it's enough. I think there should be more because you have put restraints on other developers in Emu Park about putting car parks around. So I really think that you have to look at, if you approve this today, which I hope you do, I think the road network has to be really looked at. It's nowhere near up to scratch to comply with higher densities on that footprint in the CBD.
Thank you, Mr. Svensson. Dr. Lang?
Yeah, my name's Bill Lang. I've lived in Emu Park since the early 1980s, and I've been involved in quite a few of the meetings where it was made abundantly clear to previous councils that we wanted to retain the village feel of Emu Park, and that we wanted to limit the height of buildings to 4 stories. To reduce the height of a building from 7 stories to 6 stories may well bring it within a technical definition, thank you, but it does almost nothing to change the visual impact of that building. I don't think there are many people in the community who would object to that area being developed. It's a wasteland and a terrible little area at the moment, but that development is not in character with the village, and really is just beyond belief that reduction from 7 stories to 6 stories and alteration of the roof line would make any difference. Brett was talking about the need for accommodation in Emu Park and St Vinny's. I'll bet you nobody who goes to St Vinny's looking for accommodation is going to buy or rent one of those units. That's going to provide accommodation for people who can pay lots of money to live there. And that's not going to change Emu Park's situation very much. You people have discretion. You don't have to vote according to what the advice from the council's officers are, although I accept that they're making genuine, honest advice. You have discretion. Please use your discretion to comply with the wishes of the people of Emu Park and not with the developers who want to make money and are offering nothing to improve Emu Park.
Sorry, we've got one on either side. Sorry, guys. Yeah. All right, councillors. Look, still have a number of questions, councillors. I'm going to propose a procedural motion, and my apologies to members of the gallery and the developers that we lay this on the table until later in the meeting, because I want to resolve a couple of questions in my mind, and I want to have a chat to the officers and potentially the developers to resolve some of my issues. So I'm going to move a procedural motion that we lay it on the table till later in the meeting for discussion. Councillor Hutton.
Sorry, just prior to that, Mr Mayor, would you like to provide some guidances around what those questions are? I think that...
Yeah, sure. The issues I have is, one, I've received a number of emails and phone calls over the last few days, and please forgive my croaky voice, ladies and gentlemen. I haven't been great since I had COVID, so I'm sure Dr. Lang can relate, but my voice is very croaky. I have some issues as to whether the emails and the phone calls I've had in recent times have said, look, we need time to consider the change in the design. And this is from a number of people, as I said, who've sent me emails and made phone calls to me. So I would like to sort of discuss with the officers the opportunities that we're able to do or put in place to provide that opportunity. But secondly, I'd also like to resolve some issues in my own mind about the height issue, the amenity and so on. So I just wanted to have some conversations with the officers and potentially developers about that. So councillors, I'm going to move a procedural motion, up to you whether you support it or not. If you want to deal with the matter now, that's absolutely fine. Councillor Maynard.
Just a question, Mr Mayor, before you put your procedural. Given the importance of this application and the importance of the issues that we are going through, clearly there's questions on all sides. Having this adjourned till later in the meeting, would that be sufficient to give you the time, given the size of the agenda, or should we have a special meeting and dedicate it just for that purpose?
Well, I think I'll take advice from the CEO on that matter after we return from laying it on the table, Council. Now, we can bring it back after Smoko. Happy to do that, and I'll receive advice from the CEO then based on, what conversations I've had over morning tea.
I was just thinking, giving it the time that it deserves.
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor. Understand.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a
Mr.
question.
CEO?
Sorry.
I'll just go to the CEO for advice on this one.
Mr Chairman, as with all planning applications, there is a timeliness component to these things, and this decision is required to be made in reasonably short order to avoid a situation where it might be determined arbitrarily, and because it's impact accessible, that would be in the way of refusal. If the council was of a mind to host a special meeting, it would be good to signal that was in reasonably short order. I think it's important that the council determines the application rather than simply allowing it to run out of time and be determined arbitrarily, as I say. With the consent of the applicant, that could be at some stage next week. So those arrangements could be made. Alternatively, if some of the questions we can provide answers for during breaks during the day, then returning to this item today is a possibility.
Councillor Friend, you had a question?
Thanks, Mr Chair. I did. My question, I think, that the CEO has just answered was what date is the decision to be made, has to be made by?
May 20.
So, okay, 3 days. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to move a procedural motion that we lay this on the table until a later stage in the meeting. My apologies, gallery members. I know this is protracted. This is one of the more important decisions we're going to make in this council, and I want to get it right in my own mind. So please indulge me. Procedural motion, council, is that we lay it on the table until later in the meeting, pending further discussions. So all in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you, councillors. So we'll reconvene after probably Smoko. I understand. I'm just sort of saying it'll be after Smoko, Councillor Ballard. Yeah. Okay, back to 6.2, councillors, which is the notice of declined deputations. We have a resolution that council resolves to adopt the revised meeting procedures policy version 9 with the following amendments.
Sorry, that's the resolution passed at the last meeting. I'm happy to address.
Okay, sorry. Okay, Mr CEO, all yours. Yeah.
Mr Mayor, councillors will recall last meeting amendments to the standing orders for meetings made. One which included a new item on your agenda each month where there may have been deputations, requests for deputations declined. Councillors have asked that the details of that refusal be provided. This is the first time that's been on the agenda, but there hasn't been any requests for deputations declined since last meeting.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Seer. So, in the absence of there being any declined deputations, do we just note it? Do we just walk past it? How are we
dealing with this?
The requirement of the standing orders was simply to provide notice of the refusal. There's no requirement to receive the notice or any other. It will simply be the details will be published here. Where we do publish, we'll probably recommend the reception of the notice. But today it's nothing to see here.
All right, councillors, moving on to business arising or outstanding from previous meetings. As a prelude to our discussion around this, councillors, the CEO and I have had a chat about this in terms of whether there's an appetite to continue with this particular format, because it does take up a lot of time and discussion within our council meetings, or would you rather have it relegated to one of our briefing sessions, or would you rather have it just provided to you via email? So, a briefing session?
Sorry, just briefing be perfect.
All right, we probably need a resolution on that, but I'm after some comments around the table, please. Councillor Hutton?
Yeah, my only concern is regards to the fact that council resolutions are made in the public, and so I think for line of sight for both councillors as well as the community to see that journey or the resolution of a resolution's important. Whether we would like the opportunity to ask questions about the journey that these resolutions are on in briefing sessions, that I think would be quite legitimate, but the absence of it having at least listed so that members of the public have got line of sight as to what we've resolved and how it's been enacted, I think would be an absence that would be missed and probably not in the spirit of what we're trying to achieve.
Understood. Acknowledge that comment. My reply would be, I guess, there are a number of items on the business outstanding list that don't get updated every single month, and so, is there a need for those to be reported?
Taking Councillor Hutton's point, if the practice was to remain that we publish the business outstanding list but simply dealt with the matter by exception month by month, so the current practice is I'll wheel Michael and Brett up and we'll go through line by line, and we'll probably have much the same discussion as we had last month on some of them because they're waiting for third parties or other things. Perhaps if the discussion was simply by exception and we can deal with it that way.
All right. Fine. Okay, so we'll address the business outstanding. Mr. CEO, over to you.
Well, in that spirit, Mr. Mayor, if councillors have got any questions, Michael or Brett and I are happy to respond.
Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you. Seeing that we're working towards this in this particular way, I have on number point 3 for the local laws review. This has been going on for quite a while now. We're still awaiting the final draft from the solicitors. I just wondered where are we up to? Are we any closer to public notification of the new standard of local laws?
Councillor, no, we're not any closer. We're still awaiting the final draft from the solicitors. There seems to be any number of issues that have been associated with absentee from there, with various illnesses and other calamities associated with individuals and also their family from that firm. I'm hopeful at some stage we'll get a clear run and we can finish it because most of the work has been done. There's only a few outstanding points around particular local laws.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bacon. Just a comment really that a lot of members of the public are waiting for these new local laws to be revealed so that they may review them and have their say. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Mather?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Number 2, at the Inlet Association, Mr. Mayor, that seems to be the never-ending story.
The which one, sorry, councillor?
Inlet Association.
Right, yep.
The lease with the DNR. Could we send a little note to them. We don't have to make it anything official, just ask where they're at in relation to that progress.
I think that's happened, councillor, but I'll defer to the officer on that one.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yes, the department's aware that we are waiting on this work. They have completed their field work around the survey, so it's just for them to complete that in electronic form and send that through to us. But I'll get the officers to let them know that time is marching on for all.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Because I know that it's fallen over once in the past, over the years, and we just don't want it to fall over again by not tracking it. Like, we need to do that. Thank you for that. Policy. Sorry, Mr Mayor. Number 23, Executive Performance Management Framework. We're dealing with that today, I understand.
That's correct, Mr Chairman.
21, it's a notice of motion in relation to the Lindsay Street beach access. Site visit be arranged through Mayor's office.
Yes, sorry, councillor. That will be part of the Emu Park Resident Reach program, which we're going to do through the Emu Park Library. So we'll have those discussions during our Emu Park Resident Reach.
Yes, I was going to say, I thought we were going to do that through our meetings. Okay. That's it, Mr Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Any other questions, councillors, of the officers? Councillor Bell?
Just a comment, Mr Chairman. It seems that the Marlborough Catholic Church building took us 2 or 3 years to get a contract, and yet the other day I had someone ring me up saying, am I too late to put a price in? I said, geez, we've only had it for sale for 3 years, but he said, just at the last minute. So there you go. It's timing's everything in real estate. But I've just read there that it has actually settled, so I believe it's gone. You'll have to wait for the next one. Is that right? Well, he might have an opportunity.
You need to put those two together. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, it's back on the market, councillor. By the person who bought it.
Just the last one, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Mather.
It was business arising from the last lot of minutes. I just want to flag that there was a report, Office of the CEO Quarterly Management Report 11.1. There's a matter there in relation to the caps, the staff capping. I just want to flag that I'll be coming back and having another look at that. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, councillors? Are we happy to move on, receive the business outstanding table? Can I get a mover? Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Questions, statements, motions on notice from councillors. 10.1. I beg your pardon. I've missed one, have I? Right. There we go. This is in relation to the notice of motion from Councillor Hutton relating to rural fire brigades, and the recommendation is that the matter currently laying on the table and awaiting return to a council meeting be lifted. Councillor Hutton moving that, seconded. Councillor Friend, thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 8, presentations of petitions. There are none. 9, councillor delegate reports. 10, questions on notice from councillors. Can I do this one now, councillors? Good. 10.1, which is the motion from myself in relation to the 2022 federal election campaign. Councillors, we were approached by the Australian Local Government Association to, I suppose, endorse a recommendation they're putting to the National Conference and ultimately to the Australian Federal Government, and that Council supports the national funding priorities of ALGA, which would contribute an estimated $6.46 billion per year to Australia's GDP and create 43,444 jobs, I beg your pardon. And Council agrees to support and participate in the ALGA advocacy for their endorsed national funding priorities by writing to the Feds in relation to expressing support for Elga's funding priorities, identify priority local projects and programs that will be progressed with the additional financial assistance from the federal government being sought by Elga, and seek funding commitments from members, candidates and other parties for those identified local projects and programs. Councillor Friend.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a question for you. Just given that the federal election's this Saturday, the 21st of May, is there still time to endorse this national funding priorities of ALGA? Do they need to be submitted before the outcome of the federal election?
No, my understanding, Councillor, is that this will be part of the conference, which is in June after the election. And so I don't think it's actually party political in any way, shape or form. It's just a general proposal from ALGA to whichever government is in power at the time. Any other questions, councillors? All right, I'm going to move. Can I get a second, please? Councillor Watson, thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 10.2, notice of motion from Councillor Hutton in relation to rural fire brigades. Councillor Hutton, the floor is yours.
Yes, I'd like to move the motion standing in my name.
Councillors, I was going to foreshadow a motion on this as well, and that is, if I can find it. Justine, do you have it up there?
Yeah.
As an alternate motion, councillors, that in relation to the notice of motion from Councillor Hutton pertaining to the proposed diversion of funding from the Black Summer Bushfire Funding Allocation for a Disaster Recovery Facility, Council resolves to 1. Maintain the allocation of funds to the Disaster Recovery Facility at the Yeppoon Railway Site. 2. Seek costings from the officers for the cost of upgrading Gravel Pit Road to trafficable standard as a matter of urgency. 3. Allocate the funds identified in point 2 above within the 2022-23 budget for this project. And 4. Remove a project of equivalent or similar value from the 2022-23 capital budget to allow for the Gravel Pit Road project to occur. So, Councillor Hutton, did you want to deal with your motion first?
Yes, Mr Mayor. In acknowledging the suggestion that you've got, I wondered whether, with the leave of the table, and if I can find a seconder, I'd like to add a point 3 to my motion to make it a win-win.
Mr Mayor, I think I'd be happy to second that if I knew what number 3 was.
Yep, and so I'll give you the wording for number 3. Justine, if you wouldn't mind, I've sent you an email with dot 3. So it says, undertake Act 1 and 2, so seek the federal government's approval to change the approval process in terms of prioritisation, seeks to use the differential. But number 3, in the absence of a positive decision by the Australian government to our variation request, that Council direct this project be included in the Capital Works program for the 22-23 year, with a report on the costings to be provided to councillors, along with advice on projects which could be removed from the program to accommodate this request at earliest convenience. So I've tried to incorporate what the Mayor's proposing is a win-win, that ultimately the rural fire brigades aren't concerned who funds the road, they're just keen to make sure that it gets done. If we've got the opportunity to see if the federal government will fund it, or a new federal government, should the case be that the government changes and their funding priorities change, we can still test that to see if they're willing to do so. But in the absence of them funding it, I agree with the Mayor that this is something that just needs to be done and should be in our capital program, and we should look to see how we fit that in within the existing envelope of the capital program by what would be taken out to allow for this to be dealt with in 22-23.
Mr Mayor, in the 3rd paragraph there, we're talking about Council direct this project be included. We haven't finalised the Capital Works project. We don't know what that's going to be yet.
No.
So could we just change that to
That's essentially what's being proposed,
yes,
Councillor.
well, we can't direct. Yes. Well, as we all recognise, it is an urgency. It's a strategic link from A to B. And I think it needs to be said. Yes, Mr Chair, I'll second it and I'll speak to it then.
Mr CEO.
Mr Mayor, if I could, probably just a practical matter. So in relation to points 1 and 2, or perhaps the opening of point 3 in relation to a positive decision, I would interpret the feedback that we've got from the federal government as being the response to points 1 and 2. And as councillors are aware, we are doing the sort of final assembly of our capital works program on Monday. And just given where we are in the federal electoral cycle, we're certainly not going to be able to get an answer before the council determines its budget on or around June 14. So I think it would be, we would certainly, just so councillors are aware, officers would embrace point 3 in, if that is passed today, probably in precedence to points 1 and 2.
Thank you, Mr CEO, and I think regardless whether it's us who funds it or the federal government, it would be in our capital program. So I think that point 3 is definitely a goer. I guess where I look is that this was the original motion a fortnight ago. We put it down on the table because we wanted advice from the minister. The minister may or may not be the minister in a week's time. And if the government should change, there is discussion around opening up of the disaster resilience funding to increase the amount that's funded and projected. I believe it's still worthy of us asking the question to see if we can get this funded by the federal government as opposed to it coming out of the ratepayers' pockets. And if that fails, we've already got it. Anyway.
Well, councillors, I think we're in debate now. So I'm going, of course you can, yeah.
So through the chair, Mr CEO, in the letter that came from Karina Mende, it says at the bottom, I recommend you get in touch with the BGH in the first instance on all your questions below. Did we get hold of them?
We don't have formal responses from that office, no.
All right. Councillor Hutton, you're moving this.
Can I ask
Yes.
why? Is it just hasn't been enough time, or do they don't answer, or?
No, I think if you read Ms Mende's correspondence, the paragraph earlier basically signals that no, that wouldn't be a possibility, and we're in caretaker mode for a federal election, so there's no one really making bold decisions at the moment.
Appreciate that, thank you.
All right. So we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Mather. All right. So Councillor Hutton, did you want to speak to your your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. And I guess for me, what is really, really exciting that a path that was started back in 2020 with the rural fire brigades coming together post some fires in our local area and raising priority projects, that this was raised at the time. It was on an original list. The list then changed. We've had a couple of opportunities to take this, and today, for the foreshadowing of the motion by the Mayor, that we are guaranteeing a win-win for these rural fireys. We are putting forward, or I would like to put forward, that we have the opportunity here. We talked about prioritisation and the fact that our capital program cannot balloon and that we need to be looking at what are the priorities that need to be dealt with in this coming year. This is very clearly identified by them as one, and I think any action that we can take to drive this forward is a good step, and like I said, it's a win-win for them. However, I still think that if we can do the ratepayers of our Shire a service by seeking from this government, a different government, or even if this government is re-elected, the opportunity to see if they're willing to accept a change, then we should seek that out as a preference to putting the burden on our ratepayers. At the end of the day, it does go in the capital program regardless if we approve it. It just depends on whether it will be funded by us or by someone else, and I think that's an aspiration that, just as we're aspirational in seeking more funding out of the Black Summer Bushfire funding round, we should be aspirational again in believing that we can and should put forward the opportunity to see if we can seek funding from the government.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Friend?
Thank you, Mr Chair. I believe in our rural bushfire fighters. I think that Gravel Pit Road is of urgent need to be upgraded. However, I'm not for points 1 and 2 to take the money out of the station quarter for which it was given. For this reason, I will be looking at the foreshadowed motion if this doesn't get up. Due to Senator Mackenzie's response that they will only consider small variations to this grant funding rather than a complete change of project focus. To me, that indicates that if we were to ask, and this actually is resolved today, under this particular council resolution, that there could be an issue with us losing that funding. It's really important that Livingstone Shire not only start these projects through this grant funding, but we actually complete them as well. So I also believe in saying that for those watching on live stream, that we do need Gravel Pit Road, and actually undertaking the foreshadowed motion, that means that it would be guaranteed to be undertaken within our capital works program. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking for? Councillor Mather?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I've learned over time that when we say to the government, this is what we need, they take their time coming back to us and they give us a set of criteria. And often, as we know, things change. Our priorities change, our funding changes. We are trying to do the public a service by opening up this road, and it's not just upgrading it, it's a full construction of a swamp. And I don't consider that this would come in anything under $1 million for a start. And I can assure you that when we're talking yesterday about looking at the road maintenance program be adjusted to fit our budget, there's no way in the world we could find this sort of money for this sort of project at short notice. It's up to us, and the real fireys depend on us getting this message across, at least to try, to go back to the good senator and say, whoever it is we're writing to, and say, look, we consider at this time our greatest priority is to ensure that our emergency services can get to their destination without hindrance. And if that means having to relocate money at this time, then that's our request. And I think we must at least try. There'll always be money there. There have been promises all the way. And it's, as it was said, we don't know if the government's going to be the government. Whichever way it goes, they're going to be listening to us now, whoever it is. So I think, Mr. Mayor, I think we've got to give it a try, because we can always come to the station, we can always get money for that, but we won't be able to find $1 million of ratepayers' money in the next budget, knowing what we're facing now in relation to road construction and road maintenance. It's just not there.
All right, thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillors, I'm going to occupy the floor for a minute. Councillor Mather, I disagree with you wholeheartedly in relation to your comment about we can always get money for the railway centre and the community building. No, that's not true. This is a specific funding program that allowed for the allocation of money to a community recovery / resilience centre. That money doesn't grow on trees and it's not on the ground all day, every day. So to say that, I disagree. I think ultimately I support the concept of upgrading Gravel Pit Road. That's a lay-down misere for all of us, I think. There's no argument there. What I do disagree with in Councillor Hutton's first point is the reallocation of that money from the community recovery hub to the road itself. I think, for mine, the better option here, the alternative, would be to change point 1, Councillor Hutton, to say, all right, we approach the Australian government for funding for Gravel Pit Road, and then the rest of it, as per my proposed or alternate motion about if that doesn't happen, then it's in Council's capital works program. And it's in capital works, Councillor, not maintenance. So it doesn't affect your road maintenance budget this time around. It will be out of capital.
Well, capital works is still part of the budget.
Yeah, it's part of the budget, Councillor, but you made reference to the road maintenance budget. Yeah, but that's not the correct bucket of money.
Something would have to fall off, and there's nothing in the budget at the moment in capital works that we're still to look at that I can see that can fall off in a hurry.
Well, Councillor, I'm sure if we went back to the office and said we need this particular project included, find one to take out, that will happen, because that'll be a council directive.
It would be a
It'll be part of a motion, councillor.
I understand, Mr. Mayor, understand.
All right, so any other questions? Councillor Friend's already spoken, sorry. Anyone speaking for?
Mr Chair, I'll speak for the motion. Notwithstanding the very logical comments that you've made, Mr Chair, I think that does make a lot of sense. However, upon reflection of this whole funding process, I think I'd look at it through the lens of a matter of what priorities have we put at the top that we've nominated, and it would seem that the Rural Fire Brigade believe that our priorities are still not in the best interest of providing resilience for our rural communities that went through the Black Summer bushfires. That's actually what the funding's about in many ways. I always felt that if the rural fireys were happy with it, well then I was fine with it. I recognise that the station quarters, it would be fantastic to be able to maintain the funding there for it. But whilst the rural fireys are saying, guys, you're spending money on other things like, and even the previous mayor put forward a project to put a climbing track over Wreck Point from the Roxacuo Beach to Lenmore. That was out of the Black Summer bushfire funding. The rural people out there don't feel great about that. Even the Lions Club put in for a large-scale screen at the Barmarie, which would be a great facility to run movies and that. They're all good projects, but unfortunately the rural fireys sit there and go, guys, we're the ones out here doing the hard work. Could you please include this in your list? So I recognise that it causes frustration. I recognise that we've elevated a project and then we look like we're going to go back the other way. And that's not a great way to govern. And I've been part of that process myself. So I think for me, I've learned throughout this process, and I hope in future funding rounds, that we're very mindful of who is the targeted audience that we want the funding to most benefit. And for me, I think that this motion achieves that. It's a bit messy, it's not perfect, but I believe it is closely aligned to what I would hope to achieve on behalf of the rural community. So I'm prepared to support it.
Thank you,
Mr Chair,
Councillor.
may I ask a question?
Yes, you can, Councillor.
Thank you. This question is to Mr CEO. There was an email that you sent, Mr CEO, in relation to the project must satisfy one or more of the following criteria. Could you just address the criteria for this? It was dated the 11th of April at 7:59 p.m. Sorry to put you on the spot.
It's all right, Councillor Friend, I should do a better job of filing my emails, perhaps.
I suppose what I can say and still ask a question is that, am I correct in saying that the criteria was to address an urgent unmet need resulting directly from the bushfires? Yes, so the roads are definitely an unmet need, but the criteria has a number of factors. Am I correct, Mr CEO, in saying that enhance the cultural life of the community, preserve or increase employment, help to mitigate climate-related risk and damage, address the health impacts of the bushfires, benefit of Indigenous people or communities, protect or promote interstate and overseas trade and commerce, such as tourism-related activities or rebuilding infrastructure between states and territories to facilitate commercial activities. Would I be correct in saying that that was the criteria of this particular funding for the station quarter?
Mr Chairman, Councillor Friend is correct. The email to which she refers, I had just simply cut and paste the criteria from the federal government's website into that email. It was quite evident that notwithstanding perhaps people's desire for this funding to be perhaps available for a broader variety of things, I think the government's intent was was quite narrow in that it was about social and economic recovery as opposed to building or repairing infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Any other, anyone speaking against?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Watson?
In this letter that we received from Karina Mende, it says in it, however, I understand that while small variation requests be considered, it would be highly unlikely that a complete change of project focus be supported. And then it says, a large number of applications were assessed on merit and based on the project information provided as part of the application process. This wasn't. We can't keep playing around. We've been taking money from other accounts all over the place. We just can't keep doing those things. We need to do this, but we need a different bucket of money.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. All right, Councillor Hutton, would you like to wrap up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, councillors, for the debate. I will address a few things, but I think I'll start off by saying the worst thing that can happen is that they say, no, you cannot change the funding. You cannot, you have to do the station quarter, in which case nothing is lost. Because point 3 of our motion says that we're going to put it in the capital program and we'll find a way of doing it anyway. I think it's important to note that just as this council nominated the station quarter for this funding pool, we also nominated Tookers Road. So we said it was eligible for funding. We put in a submission for both of these projects, but we also made a conscious choice. We got told that the envelope that we were going to receive was somewhere in the realms of 4.4 million or something of that nature. We decided that we were going blue sky, thinking that we were aiming for better, and we nominated more than $6 million worth of projects. Okay? So the government said, this is your envelope, but we said, hey, let's push it and see if we can get a little bit more. We didn't get any more. We got exactly the amount of 4.4 or whatever the envelope that we'd been told we were going to get at the start. And so now what was upon us, and what I asked this council to do, was to go, okay, knowing that we applied for more than we thought we were going to get, what's the priority? Is it the station quarter, or is it the road that the Fireys asked us in 2020 to do, that we had originally nominated in 2020 to do, but then redirected the disaster recovery funding for other projects that were all very worthwhile, including upgrades to the helipad at Marlborough, some road works in other places, installing generators at Waterpark Creek and Kelly's Dam off-water storage facility, in putting generators in at the Yeppoon Town Hall and at the hub so that they'd be available post-disaster with electricity gone to be used for a disaster recovery purpose, that they'd have power. We then received a second set of funding with Cat D bushfire funding that we put forward a range of projects that we've received funding for, and that's all great and good. We nominated this project for this most recent round believing that it was an acceptable project. The Rural Fire Brigade sat in a session with the officers from the department that said, hey, it would be eligible, which is why they invested time, why our officers invested time putting this forward. The decision that our council table has to make is which is the greater priority, the station quarter or this road. That's what we're being asked to do. Now, we can put it forward and see if this federal government, and the federal government may not change or the federal government may change. Either way, we've not actually asked the department. At the moment, we've asked the minister, and the minister said, hey, it's unlikely to change, but there's still a chance. Have we lost anything if we ask and they say no? We haven't lost anything at all. Have the fire brigades lost anything if they say no, and yet it's still in our capital program that we're going to find a way to fund it? No. This is a win-win for us, but only if we're willing to ask the question. And that's why I'd encourage councillors to step forward and let's test it. Let's see if we can get the funds from the federal government to achieve this end by identifying that this is the higher priority for our community. And if they say no, it's in the capital program and the ratepayers of our Shire will have to find a way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Right, councillors, we're going to go to the vote on this. We've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Mather. All in favour? Those against? Okay, I'll use my casting vote against, so the motion is lost. So the alternate motion now is the one I've proposed.
Second that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. refresh my screen and stop timing out. Right. Right, so I'll just quickly read it again, councillors, that in relation to the notice of motion from Councillor Hutton pertaining to the proposed diversion of funding from the Black Summer Bushfire Funding Allocation for a disaster recovery facility, Council resolves to maintain the allocation of funds to the disaster recovery facility at the Yeppoon Railway site. 2, seek costing from officers for the cost of upgrading Gravel Pit Road to trafficable standard as a matter of urgency. 3, allocate the funds identified in point 2 above within the 2022-23 budget for this project. And 4, remove a project of equivalent or similar value from the 2022-23 capital budget to allow for the Gravel Pit Road project to occur. Any questions, councillors, before we go into debate?
Mr Mayor, we're ruling out any possibility that there could be additional funding available to us for that road.
All right.
We're saying take it out of the public purse.
Right, well, I'm happy to amend that that motion, councillor, to incorporate that, because I think that's a good idea. We should still ask for the money.
Mr Mayor,
Yep.
if I may,
Sure.
I have an amendment here.
Yep.
And using Councillor Hutton's wording as well, as a matter of urgency, seek grant funding for prioritisation of roadwork strongly advocated as a must-do by the Rural Fire Brigades Association on Gravel Pit Tookers Road for the combined value of whatever that might have been on point 2.
All right, you might need to slowly repeat that for Justine, please. You got it there?
Sure, I'll just email it.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Yeah.
Funding.
Councillor Friend, do you need more time? We can maybe have
No,
morning tea.
I'm just about done. Thank you. I don't know how these girls do it in the public view type of way. It's quite intimidating. Do a good job.
So we can have a morning tea break if
Yes.
you need a time.
No, it's all good.
Okay. Well,
Done.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, could we amend number 4 a little bit? Just if we identify a new bucket of money, and if not, then remove a project.
Mr Chair, if I could just move a procedural that we
I think so.
that we pause for morning tea to allow for a alternate motion to be constructed, and then at the reconvening of morning tea we could have that presented.
Absolutely. I mean, look, we're doing stuff on the fly, which I hate, and we don't look particularly professional. Right,
Yep.
exactly.
Over morning tea.
All right, all in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Welcome back, councillors, from the break. Procedural motion to resume after morning tea. Councillor Mather, all in favour? Thank you very much. We're still considering the amended motion to Councillor Hutton's initial notice of motion. It's been crafted roughly, but I think the intention is still there, councillors, so please bear with us. So it reads that in relation to the notice of motion from Councillor Hutton pertaining to the proposed diversion of funding from the Black Summer Bushfire Funding allocation for a disaster recovery facility, Council resolves to, 1, as a matter of urgency, seek grant funding for the upgrade of Gravel Pit Road to a trafficable standard as advocated as a must-do by the Rural Fire Brigade Association. 2, seek costings from officers for the cost of upgrading Gravel Pit Road to a trafficable standard as a matter of urgency. 3, allocate the necessary funds for the upgrade of Gravel Pit Road within the 2022-23 budget. And 4, request officers to identify potential sources of funding to accommodate the relevant project costs for Gravel Pit Road within the 2022-23 budget in the absence of federal or state funding. Does that kind of capture it, councillors?
Mr Mayor, I think
You're going to say that?
I think we're not describing this well, because Gravel Pit Road's about 820 metres long, and it's gravel.
Yeah.
Tookers Road is at the other end. It's about a 2 kilometre stretch in between the two.
Yeah.
So we need to identify, it's the unconstricted section between Gravel Pit Road and Tookers Road. We need to be clear on that. Unless we identify exactly where Gravel Pit Road stops and starts.
Okay, well, I'm happy to do that. My understanding was that Gravel Pit Road was identified as Gravel Pit Road, Tookers Road as Tookers Road.
Tookers Road. I think if we slash Tookers, put Tookers in there, that way we'll know that we've captured the lot, because...
But that implies we're going to do the whole length of Tookers Road and Gravel Pit Road.
I'm not too sure what the officers are going to be asked to do, Mr Mayor.
Mr CEO?
Get a costing, where are they going to stop and start?
Well, can I see clarification from the CEO? Is there any confusion from an officer point of view there?
Mr Mayor, the motion does ask us to present proposals. We would, as a matter of course, then consult with yourself and Councillor Mather to ensure that we've got a proper understanding of the section to which you refer. My understanding from your alternative motion, it was principally about Gravel Pit Road. However, if the inclusion of Tookers Road is there, and I guess what we will present then as part of the capital program will ultimately determine the scope of the project that may extend beyond, as Councillor Mather indicates. But yes, the inclusion of Tookers Road would allow that flexibility.
All right.
Yes, you're right, Mr CEO, because even up past the gun club is unconstructed. They've been maintaining that as an arrangement. So that's even unconstructed at that point. So if we're going to be getting a pathway through from Tookers through Gravel Pit to the highway, that needs to be included in the wording, so we know where we're stopping and starting.
All right. So we just put slash Tookers Road?
Yes, slash Tookers Road.
You're happy with that then,
Yes,
Councillor?
happy with that, Mr Mayor.
Other councillors happy with that?
Are we not replicating 4 in 1 at the same time with saying seeking grant funding for the upgrade, whereas we've got potential sources of funding? Point
1 is basically grant funding from the federal or state government. I've left that deliberately ambiguous. Point 4 basically says we request officers to identify sources of funding if that federal or state funding isn't forthcoming. Councillor Hutton?
I guess the only question I'd have is, what's our time frame for this seeking grant funding? So if we haven't received grant funding within the next month, do we then revert to paying for it ourselves, or is it 6 months into the year if we still haven't got a grant that we'd consider putting it in as part of a Q2 budget review? Like, at what point, and if we do that, will we be able to achieve it within the financial year? So I just think we need some sort of scoping to give some guidance.
Yeah, ultimately, I mean, point 1 says as a matter of urgency. I know that's vague, but in terms of getting something into the budget, clearly it would need to be in the budget. So So if we haven't heard by the time the budget is due for adoption, or the capital budget, I should say, isn't finalised, then we need to have it in there. Mr. CEO, you happy with that?
We'll have to, Mr Mayor. Most grant funding programs, as councillors are aware, you become ineligible if you've commenced work. And obviously if we wait until June 2023 to hear about the outcome of funding programs, then we won't have done the job as the which is contemplated here, which is sort of done in the 22-23 year. So I would think, yeah, if we don't get notice in the next couple of months, then we're on with the job, I would have thought.
Have we any idea what it's going to cost at all?
No.
Not even a sort of pull it out of the sky sort of idea?
Well, why would you have a pull out of the sky figure, councillor?
Oh, I'm just wondering what sort of grant money, how much we're sort of looking for, because obviously a station had, what was it? So you sort of have an idea that it could be that sort of money?
So when we applied for both of those grants, we applied for station quarter at 2.2 and we applied for this one being at it was 2.4 for station quarter, and then the Tookers Road, Gravel Pit Road had a price attached to it as well, because obviously we put in the application to the federal government, so that's where I got my figure from to say that they were roughly equivalent.
Second, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, councillor. All right, so I'm going to move on myself, second to councillor Friend. I think we've done this ad nauseum, councillors. I don't feel the need to speak to it. Anyone speaking against? All right, I'm happy to go to the vote on this, councillors. All right, so all in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Justine. All right, councillors, as promised to ourselves and to members of the community, we're back to 12.1, which is the Emu Park unit development. Now, are there any further questions of the officers, councillors, before we go into debate on this? All right, can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Move, councillor Watson. The officer's recommendation. Yep. Can I get a seconder, please?
I'll second it, Mr Chair.
We can just go to the alternate, we don't have to debate the motion first.
Or we'll deal with the...
Sorry, just confirming that's the case, Mr CEO, that we don't need to debate the motion, we can go straight to the alternate?
That's correct, Mr Chairman. The officer's recommendation is simply that, if there's no desire by the council to debate that, and in the absence of a seconder, the Councillor Watson's motion would lapse for want of a seconder.
We have a seconder in Councillor Bello. Yeah?
I was just confirming that they understood that was the
Right.
case. I think they might have thought they had to debate the first one before they could get to the second one.
All right. Okay. So we've got a mover in Councillor Watson, second to Councillor Bello. Councillor Watson, would you like to speak to the report? All right, okay. No. So what are you supporting or not supporting the officer's recommendation? All right, so you need to remove your name from the move as the mover. All right, Councillor Bello, did you wish to be the mover? All right. Well, okay, let's talk to Councillor Mathers first. We'll go to Councillor Mathers because I'm not sure whether you're going to get a seconder anyway. So, yeah. All right. Well, let's deal. I'm happy to deal with this one first. So we're going to move Councillor Bello. Is there a seconder, please? All right, I'll second just to get the debate started. All right. Okay. Sorry? You can second, councillor. All right. All right. So we actually go somewhere with this as opposed to letting it lapse. All right, so Councillor Bello, do you wish to speak to the report?
Perhaps rather nervously, but yes, I do, Mr. Chair. In supporting the officer's recommendation, I do so for the following reasons. And I'm mindful that as councillors, we don't have to do what the officers say. We have the liberty to determine for ourselves, and that's what I've endeavoured to do. Firstly, though, I want to thank both the applicant and the objectors, or the submitters in this, and there's clearly many of them in the room. And I can understand that the submitters would be probably very frustrated by my position on this, disappointed with that, annoyed by that, and perhaps feel that I don't understand the feelings of the Emu Park community. I've had to consider that, and it's not easy to go against that. But the reasons that I am supporting it in its current format is that I believe that the time has come for progress to support our population growth. We've invested heavily in Emu Park in many areas. We've got a beautiful art gallery down there. It costs approximately $1 million. We've got the Hartley Street complex, which is, I think, well over $4 million, which supports terrific sporting activities, and it comes at a high cost. We've got fantastic upgrades to our parks and gardens that we've seen across the road in Kerr Park. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I believe that this development actually supports that in a way that it's still nothing like the Gold Coast. It's actually nothing like the Gold Coast, and I lived at the Gold Coast for quite a few years. And I go back there now and I think, my goodness, who would want to see our little towns change like that? But it's a progression of development I think actually complements Emu Park. Beauty may be, or beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And some may look at 6 stories and think it's absolutely hideous. Others may look at it and not give it a second glance. They're too busy running their businesses, raising their families, getting on with life. But I respect the objections that have been put forward. I truly do. It's interesting that on these contentious ones, we hear that the community have spoken, that nobody wants it. I attended an on-site meeting out at Barmarie recently for a transport depot where I heard exactly the same thing from 11 objectors of a neighbourhood of about 45 people. But not even just the 45 people is actually who I needed to be considering. It was the entire Shire. 38,000 people is where I needed to base my decision on. Not the 11 people, not the 45 people, and the situation at Emu Park, there's 180 objectors, well made and well founded. But that represents about 0.4% of the population of Emu Park, based on about 4,000 people. It represents about 0.5% of 38,000 people. But that's not to diminish that the objectors have got good grounds for objecting to it. But if I look at the utility of that, and by utility I mean that when you make decisions, if you can do it in one of 2 ways. And I don't want to get all philosophical, but I think it warrants it, because there was a bloke called Jeremy Bentham, who was an English philosopher, who said that the best way to make decisions was to do it that causes the least amount of pain. So if you avoid the pain, then people are going to feel good. It's clear that 180 people will express their discomfort at the decision and let me know of that, and that could be felt as pain in a way. But I've got to look at what the 37,000 people think of this application. Not just what the 180 who are extremely motivated, and rightly so, think. What does the 37,000 people, what does the 4,000 people think? Why has there only been 10 people, or they're so put submissions in for? Maybe it's got something to do with, it's interesting that people have put twice as much effort into if they feel they're going to lose something than the effort to gain something. So if you lose 50 cents, you'll walk around for an hour trying to find it, as opposed to walking across the road for 5 minutes to pick one up. You won't bother, because you feel like you're losing something, and I get that. I get that the 180 submitters feel as if their lifestyle in Emu Park is going to be lost in a way that it's not as good as it was when they first came there. However, notwithstanding that, I feel that on behalf of the 4,000 people of Emu Park, over the years, I think this will be a positive thing for Emu Park. And for the 37,000 people, I think it is the right thing to do, given that we are a growing shire, we've got budget challenges, but that doesn't mean you accept whatever comes along. And I'm not about accepting whatever comes along. So for those and other reasons which perhaps I can't articulate well now, I know it's not a popular decision in this chamber, but it's what I believe is the right decision to make. So I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Councillor Friend, your finger is poised. You're speaking against? No?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Bello. That was very articulate, and I actually enjoyed listening to what you had to say. I am speaking against. The reason being, in 2016, there was an immense community consultation in relation to the new planning scheme. It covered so many areas, and there were meetings by Emu Park residents who specifically said that they wanted to keep the village feel, 4 stories. Now, regardless of what I believe is a good idea or not, myself, Andrea Friend personally, I was elected by the people, for the people, to speak for the people, to speak out, to give them a voice. And the voices I've heard very strongly within this is the fact that they wouldn't actually mind if it was 4 stories. That would be great. They'd love it. But they were adamant that they do not want anything higher at this stage. Perhaps in future there may be a compromise by 1 story or so. Who knows? Who knows? The issue is that I must speak for those that have strongly given me their idea of what they want. And this is what I'm doing today. So I am speaking against. And this is regardless of how I personally feel.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking for? Anyone speaking against? Okay, go, Councillor Hutton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Councillors. Livingstone is a shire of unique communities, each with their own character and aspirations. Our shire is growing. We know there is a need for more housing, there's a need for more economic opportunity in terms of jobs. And we know that our wants and needs as a community are changing. Emu Park wants a high school. Emu Park would love to have better access to medical services. And we know that to achieve that, we need to talk about density and we need to talk about population. And that's not something that, in having read all of the submissions, that anyone denies. Into the future, we will see that the density of the population of Emu Park will be driven into the CBD. It will be driven because of environmental reasons and the desire to see people using cars less. It will be driven by the fact that it has such big, beautiful, open green spaces. But it's also going to be driven by the cues that we have from the public infrastructure. The cues that were spoken about today, the investment in the CBD, the investment in infrastructure such as the art gallery, they drive us towards these things. Yet our town plan provides a challenge. It says that Emu Park identifies, and the Emu Park community, through the town planning process that occurred in 2016 to drive the latest version of the town plan, identifies it as a local centre. Now, a local centre has characteristics that are very different to what we'd expect in a major centre. Undoubtedly, it's about height. Undoubtedly, it's about traffic volumes. And it's also about the built form that it would take. When people view our town plan, and very strongly in each and every one of the submissions, some people spoke about the specific height, but almost to the letter, every submission spoke about character and integrity of the village feel of that community. And we know that to protect that, while growing, is going to be a challenge. The proposal that is before us is transformational, and undoubtedly, if it was being put forward for Yeppoon, there would be no one in the community who would say, oh, that doesn't belong. It would fit without question. It provides homes, it provides accommodation, it provides more choice in terms of variety in shopping and restaurants, etc. But when we look at it in terms of the character of the site, when we look at it in terms of what does the community of Emu Park expect, it doesn't meet that expectation. And I commend the developer for being willing to take on board the submissions and to seek pathways to make amends that maximises obviously both the feedback taken in from the submissions to try and match it with what they're proposing. But on this format, on the submissions that are there, I don't believe that that's able to be achieved at 6 stories. I don't believe that that's meeting the community's expectations when they view the town plan. For those reasons, I will be voting against approving this development today. Emu Park, as I said, will grow, and it may be a slower growth or it may be a different growth to what we see here in Yeppoon, but it will grow in line with its character. However, that's where our submissions process is really important. We need to be willing to challenge that to make sure that the town plan of the day reflects the views and the aspirations of that community. I appreciate every single one of the people who put in a submission because it allows us to check. So from when we were going through the development of a town plan process, had the views of the community changed significantly enough that would say, hey, something that 5-10 years ago wouldn't have been conscionable is now something that's been willing to be accepted. What we can see from the submissions from those who've taken an interest to want to provide that feedback is that those views have not moved enough to justify council acting outside of what is the community's expectation and understanding of what the town plan provides for within their CBD. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Councillor, I'm just going to open the floor up now. Any other comments? Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our argument is with the planning scheme, Mr. Mayor, as I see it. In good faith, we have people come to our region, they spend their money, they look at opportunities not only for themselves but for us as a shire. And we've seen so much, shall I say, quiet land there with nothing going on it. Approvals have been given, but that's where it stops. Why aren't they doing it? We've got somebody who's come along and produced something that's, I guess we could use the word shock to everybody because it's totally out of character for what's been there and what was expected to be there. I'm not saying it wouldn't work, but the planning scheme says, no, you go to 4 stories. But the acceptable outcome says, but you can go to 6 or more, as long as you've got the acceptable outcomes. Now, we've got to struggle between the expectation of the people who've gone through public consultations, who've gone through new codes, gone through visions as to what their little part of the world's going to look like. And here we've presented something in front of them that says, look, even though it's not what you want, this is what we've got. Of course they're going to respond. We've got to reach a happy medium, and I believe we can. I don't believe what we have today in front of us goes anywhere near the happy medium. Although I appreciate that we need people and density to be able to flourish that part of the coastline. We won't have a high school, we won't have a lot of things unless we've got the population because our applications just wouldn't support it. Governments wouldn't support it. Grow your population. As it was said earlier this morning, and rightly so, the housing crisis that we're facing, these aren't the people. Those sort of people who want houses won't be looking for units because they're 42 units. I guess the people want to live there if they can afford to live there, perhaps retirees. But they're not your average mum and dad, a couple of kids. And you've got units where people are going to be turning over. That's to be expected. But the housing crisis we have, it's a very different one that we'll need to work on very, very hard. there are a number of issues here that the people have concerns over, and no doubt we all respect everybody's and thank everybody's submission for coming in, because submissions, positive or negative, keep us on track, keeps the vision of the people of that part of the coastline on track. But I said, I believe we can reach a happy medium. I believe it needs more negotiations, and I believe it can have a positive outcome in the long term. But today, I don't think what we have in front of us is the one to do it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Watson? Okay, all right. Well, Councillor Bello, can I get you to wrap up, please?
It's almost a relief in some ways to, I don't say that flippantly. I was just saying it's almost a relief, I guess, to wrap up. And clearly there's, the will of the table is different than mine, but I think that's a healthy thing in a democracy. I hope that the good people of Emu Park, I was down there opening the Festival of the Wind on Sunday, I hope they ask me back to do it, but if they don't, I'll be okay with that, because I recognise that people may be obviously disappointed in my position on it. But notwithstanding that, I am glad that it's coming to a close, and then processes from here will take their place. But just in response, because I may as well give it my best shot, at least I know that I've earned my money on behalf of those people who pay me, which is everybody. It's every ratepayer. So the MCU process, I guess my observations through this has been that it's really not, it's not a great process, and it's probably the best we got, because clearly it's not reflective of a representative survey. Yeah, like when we make the comment that, you know, the town plan was responded to, and those people said, realistically, and even in this situation, we had 180 people say that they don't like it, and rightly so. But once you go outside of that, not so much bubble, but of those people that are motivated enough to make the effort, we're almost looking at that as a guide to make our decisions on, right? For example, we need to put a hospital in somewhere, and it's got to go right on top of Jillaby Woods. That's the MCU process. Jillaby Woods, 98%. We don't want it here. Well, of course we couldn't support that, because there's so many people don't want it. But it's like rings in the pond. You've got to look further and further out to where those rings go. That's my opinion on governance. And it's not because I don't respect the objections that have been put forward. So I don't think we've truly satisfied a representative survey of what the people, i.e. of closely to this building, further out, go down to Shelley's Beach, further out, go down to Zilsey, go to Zilsey Cove, then to Coral, and all the way up to Stettich Bay. We don't capture that. This process doesn't capture that. But that's why it's up to us as elected members to try and consider that in its entirety. And that's why I base my decision in supporting what's there. In terms of solving the housing crisis, and it's a minor point, clearly this dwelling or development has not set about to solve the housing crisis. It's a much more complicated problem than that. But by gosh, it may be the trigger for confidence for a whole other range of people to come and say, wow, that Emu Park is a magnificent place, and the council's so smart in the way that they manage development. I reckon we could invest there. We approved 318 lots the other day down at Svenson's Road for relocatable, transportable homes. Now, that's a pretty significant change in Emu Park, you know. So it's not about this is the solution to it. This is just part of the confidence that will hopefully come to Emu Park in some form. I think the biggest change that will come to Emu Park, just to finish, is not whether this building got built. It'll be the day you get fast food outlets in there and traffic lights, like Yeppoon has. That's when you'll really see the change. And I'm not going to put my hand up and vote for that. But I think that will become the day when it'll be really hard to look at your old Emu Park and go, wow, look what we've become. I don't think that this building is the biggest threat to the village of Emu Park, but that's just my opinion. So, On that note, I think I'll draw it to a close. Thank you. And it's probably just as well I'm a good tradesman, because if I'm not here next term, I'll be able to lay plenty of tiles. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. All right, councillors, we're at that point now. Someone's phone's ringing. For the vote. So we've got a mover, Councillor Bello, seconded myself. All in favour? Those against? Motion is lost. All right. Thank you, members of the gallery, for your attendance. Thank you to our proponents, and thank you to the staff for their
I
hard
have a
work.
further motion, Mr Mayor.
Sorry?
I have a further motion.
Yep, all right. Let me just finish thanking people first, Councillor May.
Well, everybody was going, that's all.
Well, no, it's all good. No one's moving. Turn around. All right, so we've got a alternate motion now from Councillor Mather. Would you like to, Justine? Yep. Yep. Yep, it's on the screen. Councillors? So is everyone happy for me? All right, so I'll just read it, councillors. That in relation to the development permit for a material change of use for multiple dwellings, 42 units, short-term accommodation, 24 units, and shops, made by Elnabor Proprietary Limited as trustee on Lot 1, RP 600653, Lot 2 on RP 602557, Lot 1 on Registered Plan 602557, Lot 9 on Registered Plan 601443, Lot 10 on RP 601443, Lot 3 on RP 601443, and Lot 1 on Survey Plan 318454, and Lot 6 on Registered Plan 601443. That's a mouthful. And located at 210 Patterson Street, 1319 Granville Street, Emu Park, Council resolves to refuse the application for the following reasons. 1, the proposed development compromises the specific outcomes of the settlement pattern theme for centres and urban infill spaces of the strategic framework, as it is a high density development than considered acceptable. 2, the height and bulk of the building is not considered to be in keeping with the streetscape and coastal village character of the local centre of Emu Park. 3, the development is located in the 4-storey height limit area as nominated in the acceptable outcome A01.1 and figure 6.2.2.4.1.1 Emu Park Business District height limits of the local centre zone code, and the proposed building height of 6 storeys above ground level exceeds the acceptable outcome by 2 storeys. 4, while the building has been articulated by a steeped roof form and screened by balconies that wrap the building in and endeavour to break up the bulk, it is considered that the design is not at a human scale and will likely impact on affect views from the major public viewer places, will inappropriately dominate the landscape and interrupt vistas to the coastline. And 5, the built form and design has little regard for the amenity of the neighbourhood, as evidenced by the considerable opposition expressed by numerous submitters.
Yes,
Question, Councillor?
Yes, I do have a question. My question is, Mr Mayor, that considering the previous motion of the officer's recommendation was just lost, is this not superfluous?
No. We need to provide the developers or proponents with a resolution.
Should that be paragraph 6?
No. Not necessarily. It'll be published on our website anyway, Council. And a decision notice will be given to them. Yep.
Sorry, that from you, Carl.
Yep, right at the top. Just a quick question through you, Mr Mayor, to the Chair. Is it required that we have all of these? Only, I believe that point 5 would be, to use the word of Councillor Friend, superfluous in that the design that's provided in the amended design isn't the same as what was noted by the submitters in terms of its form. So I'm just wondering if whether it's appropriate to have that. Like, I fully 1, 2, and 3, I go, yep, they're completely what we spoke about and argued. But I think that to talk about the built form and design and referencing the considerable opposition from submitters when they submitted on a different looking building, it might not be a strong argument to justify the decision. And I wonder the same about point 4 when it was articulated by the officers that the views from the 3 points of mainland features are able to be achieved.
Mr Mayor, it's an attempt on our part to capture the sentiment of councillors. If we've not achieved that, then it should be amended accordingly.
Suggestions, Councillor Hutton?
Yeah, so councillors, I would suggest that we consider removing point 4 and 5 from that list. Obviously open to consultation.
Well, it's Councillor Mather's motion, so are you happy to?
Yes, so I believe 1, 2 and 3, it all is very logical and makes sense, and I can see the arguments that have been placed in the discussion given by councillors on the previous resolution, where points 4 and 5, while they were preemptively designed in terms that we didn't speak of them and that they may not be truly reflective of the arguments against, should be removed from this refusal.
They weren't reflected in the arguments against at what stage? At the table?
Yes, in the debate that we had on the last topic, it was very clear that we spoke about centres and urban places and what was expected from the strategic framework. It was spoken by most councillors in regards to the height of the building, and it was also spoken in regards to the 4-storey limit related back to the acceptable outcome zone. So those 3 things we all spoke about in giving reason for the decision. So I think it's appropriate that they should stay, but I don't recall anyone speaking in regards to the amenity of the neighbourhood based on the submissions with the built form, recognising that it had changed from the submissions to the final approval. And I don't recall anyone offering consideration around the major public viewing places and its impact on those views.
Well,
and if that's not the case, then we probably shouldn't have them in there because...
Well, I don't see any problem having it included because they were matters that were included in the submissions that we may not have dealt with every detail of every submission here today because we would have been here quite some time. But I don't see that they're harmful, Mr Mayor, because they are matters that have been identified.
All right, so you're wanting them left in, Councillor?
Yes, please.
All right. So we shall vote on, or debate on that particular recommendation then, councillors. All right, so we've got a mover in Councillor Mather. Can I get a seconder, please?
What's lapsed? Get me the other one.
All right, Councillor Watson, thank you. All right, Councillor, now that we're live in debate, any questions of Councillor Mather, councillors? All right, Councillor Mather, would you like to speak to your
Mr Mayor,
motion?
I don't think I can say any further than what I've said before, except I think there's a struggle between the interpretation of the planning scheme, the acceptable codes, and what we believe is fair and just. I think that's where the problem lies. There needs to be some further clear guidelines attached to the planning scheme because it's a moving target, it's a living target, and every time somebody wants something new, we are looking at changing the planning scheme to suit somebody's wishes. We've got to be very clear with what we want and what we'll accept. And although this application is competent in its own right and fair and just in its own right, it doesn't reflect the planning scheme, but it does achieve the outcomes that lies the confusion. So what the developer is able to do and what the planners are able to concede is not what the public understands it to be, and that's where the problem lies. I would hope, Mr Mayor, if this goes through, that we would come back to the developer and negotiate or discuss further a means of assisting them and assisting our wider community to achieve all our aspirations and step us on the right path to setting what our shire is going to be at that southern end of town, because although people, and Councillor Bello is very right, although people feel that they want certain things to happen, they don't have the exclusive rights to say, no, we don't want this. We have to look at the wider community, and that's what we always plan to do. But it's very difficult, I know, and I think Councillor Bello did it eloquently, to be quite honest. I wouldn't say that too often, but still. But it's not easy to say that when you're facing 200 objections. But it's a fact. It's a fact. The applicant has a right to do what he did. The officers did what they felt was fair. We are the bunny in the middle to try and interpret the planning scheme and see what's right and fair and what the people expect the Shire to look like. That's certainly that end of the coast, to look like down the track. And precedent was one of the words that we use quite often. It will set the benchmark as to what was going to be in the future, and somebody else will want something higher. And that's why they want some certainty that where we're going is in according to the consultations and the codes and the planning scheme that was derived on the day back in 2016. And we have to put all that together. And I still believe that there is room to move, Mr Mayor, and I'm hoping we can accommodate the developer with further discussions.
All right, thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking against?
I will, Mr Mayor, and it is with a heavy heart, but I am conscious of the fact that as councillors, we understand that when we move this motion of refusal today and provide these grounds, that these are the grounds under which the proponent, under the grounds of which any submitter may request the planning court to consider these matters. And in my heart of hearts, grounds number 4 and 5 were not grounds that I considered in consideration as to why it should be refused. In fact, I accepted the officer's belief around the sightlines from the main viewing points. However, points 1, 2 and 3, I completely agreed. And so should the case arrive where either the proponent, a submitter who is for the application, or even someone who's actually against the application but's unhappy with the grounds for refusal, should they choose to, I wouldn't be able to defend points 4 and 5. And for those purposes, I will vote against this refusal motion. But I appreciate that it's a convoluted step to take, but I think it's important to be clear about what we've said, why we've said it, and what the grounds are upon which we were unhappy with this. Because just as the good councillor has said, is that we are giving cues to our development community about what's acceptable, what's not, and the grounds upon which we will consider them.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Can I open the floor? Does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Friend.
Thank you. I will be voting against this. I agree with Councillor Hutton wholeheartedly. Points 1, 2 and 3 are definitely something that we can take to the court. Points 4 and 5 are very, I can't think of the word right now, very basic. And I don't think that this would stand up within the development court at all. So I do agree with Councillor Hutton, and this is the only reason points 4 and 5 I would like to see removed. However, the good councillor, Councillor Mather, doesn't want to see them removed, so I have no choice but to vote against it. Mr Mayor, we've already spoken of amendment, haven't we? Councillor, yes.
Yeah, that's right. All right, thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone else wish to speak before we go to the vote on this? Councillor Watson. You've already spoken to the motion, that's right. Yeah.
May I ask that we amend it?
You can amend it, Councillor Watson.
May I ask that we amend it and remove 4 and 5?
Mr CEO.
Mr Mayor, this is sort of a mix of standing orders and practical advice. So if I understand, just recently, the proposer of the motion has been asked a willingness to amend the motion. That was declined. So I think the intent is for this to be tested on its merit. Councillor Watson, under the standing orders, is able to propose an amendment, and the amendment would then be considered. If it is approved, it would become the substantive motion and then put. So you've got two paths that you could follow. I think you're well advanced down this path.
So we
best to conclude this one.
We
but
conclude this one and then go to
Councillor
an
Watson is
amendment.
entitled to move an amendment if he sees fit.
All right, so after listening to Councillor Friend and Hutton, I agree with, not being able to defend the situation if it went to court, or the planning, and that's why I'd like to remove 4 and 5 so we can move this on. Just makes it easier, that's all.
Sorry, for completeness, I should also say that amendments are really only accepted by the chair where the intent of the original motion, it's not a big departure away from the intent of the original motion. I probably don't think that's a stretch, but the proposer of the original motion might have a differing view.
How do you feel about that, Councillor Mather?
How do you know what I'm thinking? No.
Councillor Mather, the floor is yours. You got your light on. No, you haven't. All right. All right. No, look. You light.
I was asked in the beginning, was I prepared to amend it? I said no, but that doesn't mean to say anybody else can't amend it.
No, that's the debate we're having at the moment.
Yes,
so
and Councillor
Watson is
right
proposing an amendment to your motion.
Yes, and
all right.
it needs to be
So
seconded.
for members of the gallery, the governance around this is we have two choices. We can either deal with Councillor Mather's motion, and if it's successful, it stands. It's essentially what goes into the minutes. If it's lost, we can deal with Councillor Watson's amended motion. Alternatively, the rules allow Councillor Watson now to also, before we deal with Councillor Mather's motion, to put an amendment. So it's kind of convoluted, but either way we get there in the end. So Councillor Watson is basically proposing an amendment before we deal with Councillor Mather's issue now.
And we need a seconder who hasn't spoken to the motion at all.
I'll second it. No, sorry, I'm not going to. Beg your pardon, just, yeah. All right, so I need a seconder, please. You've got Councillor Watson moving an amended motion. Seconder?
Just going to, my observation is that I know at the LGA conferences you can vote on whether you accept the amendment put forward to become the substantive motion, and if it's voted on, then Mather's would lapse, and this would become the substantive motion. So it may be a suggestion that we vote whether this becomes a substantive motion based on the amendment.
Which is what we're doing now. They just need a seconder.
Yep.
But it's a procedural. I don't think you need to.
No.
Seconder.
No.
You need a speaker who hasn't spoken.
No, the CEO's been pretty clear on how it works, I think.
The amendment will require a seconder.
To move the procedural to determine if it's going to become the substantive motion. I thought it was a procedural. And then if it becomes a substantive, then you need a seconder for it. But anyway, I'll just...
No. All right, so we've got a seconder for Councillor Watson's amended motion. All right. Second, Councillor Ballet. All right, Councillor Watson, did you wish to speak to the amended motion?
Just after listening to Councillor Hutton and Councillor Friend and the CEO, it just seems the right thing to do is to remove 4 and 5 so we can move on and be able to defend it in the future if needed.
All right, thank you. Is anybody speaking against the amended motion?
Well, I'll just be voting against it, I guess, on the grounds that I clearly have a different point of view. So as long as it's reflected in the minutes, despite seconding it, just...
Yep, it'll be reflected in the vote, Councillor Ballet. Yep. All right, are we happy to go to vote, councillors? All right. All in favour? Those against? Motion is carried.
That's for the amendment.
That's for the amendment? Yeah, okay, so now we do your motion, councillor. No? Sorry, the new amendment, sorry, I beg your pardon. Yep. That's right, okay. So, Councillor Watson, are you moving this one as well? Would you like to move this one as well?
May I move?
Yep.
That we move 4 and 5.
So moving
please.
the motion, can I get a seconder? Councillor Hutton. All right.
What are we moving,
Sorry? This has now become the substantive motion. The amendment has become the substantive motion.
This is very close to the end. We just need to vote on this and we're done.
Yeah.
We're almost there.
All right, so what you've just recorded, Justine, is to make this amendment the substantive motion. And now we're voting on the substantive motion. It's all very convoluted, I know. Yep. All right. So we've got a mover in Councillor Watson, a seconder in Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. All right. Thank you to members of the gallery. Thank you to our proponents. Thank you, councillors, for your perseverance. Thank you. I feel like I need another break. Yeah. Yeah, right. Right, we'll try and hustle through these then. Okay. Oh, who did we lose? Councillor Bell. All right. We can start the discussion on this. Councillor, Councillor 10.3, which is the notice of motion from Councillor Hutton on the Smart Hub investigation. 10.3. Now we've done 10.1 and 10.2. We're on 10.3.
Happy to move the motion standing in my name.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Watson. Thank you. Councillor Hutton, we're live. So, do you want to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Watson for seconding it. With the imminent closure of the Smart Hub in the Rockhampton region, it has given me cause to consider the consequences to our small business community, the loss of this facility. And I acknowledge that Rockhampton has played a leadership role on behalf of all of Central Queensland in investing in partnership with the state government to get us to this place. And it made me think about the future. Now, there are two parallel paths to the future, and I think in the purpose for transparency for councillors in considering it today, that there is a movement of members of the Rockhampton Smart Hub who are seeking to provide almost a not-for-profit version that will continue to exist in Rockhampton, and acknowledging the majority of the 100 current members are based in Rockhampton, that is a logical continuation for them. They're not all going to move down to the coast so that they can enjoy our pristine environment and the paradise that is Beeman Park. However, I believe there is a space for local government to play in this field, and at this point would like to request that we get a report from officers as to how we may, that council seek a report from officers on the opportunity, the costs and the benefits of creating a partnership to rehouse a scaled version of the Smart Hub co-worker space in the Hub building Yeppoon. This may not be something that we're able to deal with in this forthcoming year's budget, recognising the budgetary headwinds that we're seeing, but by having a report that details and provides information on the costs associated with the opportunities, I think it sets council up for a bright future engaging in this space with our small business community.
Councillor Friend, question? Or
yes, questions. Okay. Thank you. So my question, Councillor Hutton or Mr. CEO, do you know why Rockhampton Regional Council may have closed their Smart Hub?
Councillor Friend, I think in terms of the public realm, the information provided by the Mayor of Rockhampton is due to the budgetary pressures that council is experiencing. As you are well aware, they've alluded to the fact that they're looking at a 6% rate rise and a reduction of some $10 million in operational expenditure over a period of years. Okay. They may be reasons why they're no longer choosing to prioritise investment in this space.
Thank you. I have two more questions. Mr. CEO, is there already tenancy planned for levels 1 and 2 of the hub, and what are they?
Mr. Mayor, the plans for levels 1 and 2, so ground floor is let externally, levels 1 and 2 have council staff there at the moment, but not fully occupied.
Thank you. And I suppose my last question would be to Councillor Hutton. Given the fact that Rockhampton has decided not to progress with this particular Smart Hub plan, what type of model plan are you actually seeking when you're expecting a report to come back? Because obviously the model plan that they have used did not go to plan.
I think, Councillor Friend, it's probably unfair to Rockhampton to say it didn't go to plan, but rather that in seeing such strong budgetary headwinds that their model has meant that it has required further investment than what they're able to provide going forward, and that they've had to make prioritisation choices in regards to their community. And as it is for all councils, it is a very hard process, and I note the commentary provided by the Mayor of Rockhampton, who said that this is not something that they wanted to do, but something that they felt compelled to do to try and limit the impact of such rate rises on their residents. So in seeking a report from officers on the opportunity, costs and benefits of creating a partnership, I would hope that we would look at a scaled version, so not one of the same size. It may be that we, invest in partnership with other not-for-profits such as the Chamber of Commerce, the Small Business Council, to see how we can make a model that works, and recognising that we have the space, that there's an opportunity there for us worthy to explore.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Councillor Hutton? All right, so Councillor Hutton, you're moving this undoubtedly. You have. Councillor Watson seconded. All right, so are we happy to go to the vote on this, councillors? Yep. Okay, so anyone speaking against? Well, let's go the proper sequencing. Anyone speaking against?
Not against, I'm not familiar with how this works. I don't have a problem with seeking a report from the officers. I'd support it on that grounds to find out how it works. I am concerned that if Rockhampton has moved it on because of budgetary constraints, I'm not about to add something to our community that is going to cost us money, because we also have those budgetary constraints. But I think in the early stages, I'm quite happy to receive a report and see what that says, Mr. Mayor.
Well, you're kind of supporting the motion then, Councillor Mather. Okay, anyone speaking against? We'll try that one again. Rightio. Councillor Friend, did you sorry, Councillor Watson, I beg your pardon. You're speaking for?
I'm concerned you're getting the two of us muddled up at the moment. I have a lack of hair on my head. Look,
it's the glow coming from both of you, councillors.
Some years ago, I was awarded a fellowship with RMIT to run a business, and I used a workspace like this for some time. Now, we paid rent when we were there, but it was also a very good place to work because you were dealing with other people who are entrepreneurs who you could bounce ideas off, and this is why I support this. I am concerned at cost, but at the same time, it was a very good facility that I worked in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. I'm just going to open the floor. Does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Friend?
Thank you. I'll speak for this, and in saying that I will support to seek a report from officers because it is a report and it is costings, and that way moving forward we know exactly how much we're looking at in future budgets. However, in saying this, it's important for our economic development for this report to come back to the table. However, we have many different priorities within council. We heard today that there's a lack of infrastructure of footpaths at Emu Park, curb and channeling, roads, sewage upgrades, water needs, etc. And so council has many different opportunities, and we look after many different areas within our community. So we do need to keep that in mind for future reference, but I am definitely open to receiving a report. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Bello? All right. You can wrap up, Councillor.
Thank you, councillors. Data from UTS tells us that 1 in 3 small businesses in Australia fails in its first year, that 2 out of 4 fail by the end of their second year, and 3 out of 4 fail by the end of their 5th year. Livingstone is a community of small businesses. We've seen, not just in this last year with the impacts of COVID, encouraging people to develop in their own patch and develop their own businesses from home, but we've seen over the entire time of this Livingstone existing that we are a community of small businesses. So every step that we can take that promotes the growth and the strength of our small businesses is a step in the right direction. It is wonderful that we are dealing with this during Small Business Month, and I think that that's very opportune of us to be able to deal with it at that time. But I also think it's important that we do take upon the lessons of the Rockhampton Regional Council experience. We look at their model, we look at the models that's being proposed by the not-for-profit groups seeking to work in Rockhampton, and we look for opportunities to partner with them. I don't think local government is the pancreas to all that may ail small business at time, but anything we can do in that space to support it, we should. And I think when we reflect back on the talent that we have in our community, the number of people we have from various government departments and the university and others who work in Rockhampton and elsewhere but live in Yeppoon, if we can provide them with a co-worker space, imagine the conversations that will occur at the water fountain. Imagine, Rhodes is starting up a business and he speaks to someone who's from the Department of Main Roads. They can speak the same language and about opportunities. Imagine the opportunity for someone from the university who's there for the day because they just want a quiet writing space, but go get a coffee and happen to have a chat to someone who's working in the private sector in a field that you wouldn't naturally think applied, but because they've had that quick chat, all of a sudden opens new realms of opportunity. These are the things that happen when people are brought together by having co-worker spaces. And like I said, while I don't think that we're the answer to everyone's ails, anything we can do in that space to promote something that is such a core function of our community and a big part of our business community, small business, I'd like us to explore it, and hopefully this report gives us some good feedback to guide how much that investment would cost so that we can make decisions with our eyes wide open.
All right, I'm going to move it, Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 10.4 is a notice of motion from Councillor Friend in relation to support for LawMac. Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. LawMac is the Local Authority Waste Management Action Committee, who have just become an incorporation. It includes all councils north and west of Gladstone to the Cape. It covers many different associated members who are interested in talking waste and a circular economy. Every 3 months, LawMac undertakes a conference and gathers many people to different regions. I'm very, very proud and very, very happy to say that Livingstone Shire Council is going to be hosting a LawMac conference on the 16th and 17th of June of this year. It's the first time that Livingstone has not only hosted a conference since 1993, but has been included within the LawMac family. It's a great way to undertake new ideas, to discuss the circular economy and how we can recycle and upcycle and reduce our waste. And these conferences are extremely important. So what I'm asking for in this particular notice of motion is just a little bit of financial assistance. But before I do, I'd like to actually amend this notice of motion. In my notice of motion, support for LawMac incorporated financial assistance in purchasing an outdoor plaque, 65 plants from the Livingstone Shire Council nursery, the cost of one facing boulder, and Durumble Welcome to Country. We can remove the Durumble Welcome to Country as this has been sponsored. Every time that there is a LawMac conference, associated members are more than willing to help sponsor these conferences. I'm very, very pleased to say that at this time we have, I'll just get it up, the total cost of the conference is $7,700.
Wow.
The total cost so far in sponsorship for Livingstone is $6,200. And this is an amazing effort by all the associated members. I'd like to publicly thank Patrice and Andrew Brown from CQ Group, Angela Logovic from Mandalay, GHD's Nick Thomas Kinsella, Regroup Allard Bernhofen, company called Proterra, and a company called Recess Hub for so far coming forward and sponsoring the majority of this conference. We will be expecting about 80 to 90 people who will visit our region for those 2 days, who will see the offer that Livingstone has in our beautiful environment and what we have to offer as a community. And I know that we'll make each and every one of these people and our fellow councillors from other LGAs very, very welcomed. So what I do ask for is a little bit of financial assistance in the sense that now, instead of requesting the full amount under my notice of motion, I'll be requesting $323.90. The notice of motion was requested that I would submit this, so I have, and we're looking for plants from the nursery, about 65 plants, and I have spoken to the nursery manager, and he has advised that we are able to accommodate this at no problem whatsoever. 15 of those plants will have $1,000 in plaque. It's just a plaque which is $99 plus GST, and a small front-facing boulder. And I have checked those prices, and they're about $20. So this is what I'm requesting at the moment. On this day, there is $1,535 that we do not have sponsorship for. So I'm unsure if that needs to be included into this notice of motion, Mr. Mayor. $1,500.
Or perhaps if council, we can resolve councillor friend that council picks up whatever shortfall is.
Yes. Yes.
There is at the end of your organisation and fundraising.
Yes, certainly. So we're very, very excited about hosting it here in Livingstone Shire Council, and there are many, many associated delegates who are also excited about visiting Livingstone for the first time.
Okay. So, councillors, we might just do an amendment to the motion, the recommendation. So that council resolves to support Lawmac Inc. with financial assistance in purchasing an outdoor plaque, 65 plants from the LSC nursery, the cost of one front-facing boulder delivered and installed. And point 2, we might make that point 1. And then point 2, and that council provides financial assistance. That council provides financial assistance by way of making up the shortfall
Of the cost of the conference.
of the cost of the conference.
Or for the cost of the conference.
Given the tourism benefits that all of the visitors in our area.
Yes.
Correct. All right. Right, so we've got a mover, Councillor Friend, a seconder, please, Councillor Watson. All right. I don't. Do we really need to specify that, Councillor? I mean, ultimately.
When we haven't declared an amount, we don't know how much it is, and when people look at what this all about, they're thinking thousands.
Well, we're not going to specify. Well, putting for the tourism benefit won't necessarily specify an amount either.
I just given recognition to the. I just thought it sounds good. People looking at it. That's all. And lots of so many people. What you can say?
All right. So, what do you want to put on there, councillors?
Thank you, Councillor. Council provides financial assistance by way of making up the shortfall of the cost of the conference, benefiting our tourism industry, benefiting the tourism of Livingstone.
All right. Well, or for the obvious benefit of the tourism.
The obvious benefit of
Of
the
our
tourism, of our tourism.
All right. So, councillors, I don't think there's a lot of need for debate on this one. So, let's do a move of Councillor Friend, second Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 10.5. Councillor Mather's notice of motion on road maintenance. Councillor Bello, can I ask you to chair this while I make a comfort stop? Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Mather. In the absence of any questions, would you like to move that motion?
Yes, thank you.
Like to move? We have a seconder at all from councillors, and certainly happy to take questions. But
Thank you.
I think
Thank
Councillor
you,
Watson was going to second it, so we'll put that down. Sorry, Councillor Friend, and then we'll hand over to a question to Councillor Friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I suppose my question is more for Mr. CEO. It's said in the report that the average roughness of the road is a particular number less than the intervention level that we know is 7. Am I correct in thinking that some parts of the road could be much higher than the intervention level, and then once averaged becomes a lesser amount of the intervention level, so lesser than 7? Would that be correct? Or?
Mr. Acting Chair, yes.
No further questions. Would you like to speak to your motion? Actually, probably one question I do have to Councillor Mather, maybe even to Michael. The motion that we passed earlier, I think it was passed anyway, that was talking about Tookers Road. Did that nominate Lake Mary in that as well? No. So it was removed from that. Okay. Over to you, Councillor Mather, if you'd like to speak to your motion.
In relation to the bump meter, I think we've got 3 councillors at this table who have had a little bit of experience with the bump meter, and from what I gather, it's clean to see that the bump meter will activate when you're on a bumpy road, and when you're on a smooth part of the road, that's fine, but it doesn't reflect the true condition of the bad section. That's what we found. Therefore, the bump meter is not an accurate guide to what roads need maintenance. What it does give us, it's a guide to the sections of the road that need doing, which means if we only dealt with sections of the road as they became troublesome, we would be moving our machinery from place to place all the time. Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to move that motion, because what we've got here, and we've got a second to thank you, Councillor, these roads have been basically left out or underestimated for their use. The Grice Road is only a little less than 2 kilometres long, but the shale has all protruded through the road itself, and you're driving on shale for the whole length of that road. The same goes for the Canal Creek Road. There's a section at the far end, it's all shale, and try to drive over that, you need to take 3 tyres with you. And I'm told, despite the officer's report here, Canal Creek, I'm advised by the resident in the far end, hasn't been done since Lake Mary. And because there's only 2 entrances off that road at that far end, doesn't mean to say they don't deserve their turn for maintenance when the time comes. But because they're isolated, that seems to have been what I've observed. It's out of the road, there's only 2 people there, and I have had it said to me, oh, there's only 2 properties on that road. Not particularly that one, but another one I could name. And that's not the attitude we want with our officers. Oh, there's only 2 people on that road. We don't need that sort of attitude. But Grice Road has been left, and they say it's only 4 point something now. Around July. Well, I'd hope it would be done before then, because tyres are being damaged now, and have been for some time. I put this in about November last year. Canal Creek is the same. When we did a resheet on part of that road recently, we did the resheet for the first 2K from the old homestead where it diverts of Rossmoya and goes, it's the best part of the road, we did the resheet. And that goes to the memorial, that little shed there for the memorial. And I'm just wondering why we did that when there's other parts of the road that needed work. And Werribee, they did a resheet in Werribee, which is further up. Nobody uses that road. They did a resheet on that. So the road maintenance needs to be observed, and I'll be talking to Michael to look at a way that we can do it differently, do it better, that we don't have to be hopping all over the place to service complaints, because that's not the way I think it needs to be done. So there's one of these that are going to be done in the early June, Lake Mary, because that first 2 kilometres from the old Byfield Road, you know that one, it's really bad on that bend. We need to include the bend. And if they're going in early June, I'd hope it's very soon. But I'm just asking that we pay attention to these ones particularly. There are others, but these are the ones that seem to have been missed or underestimated for their use. And people do deserve maintenance on their roads. Thank you.
Councillor Hutton.
Yes, sorry, I've got 2 questions. The first one is to the CEO. Just in regards to at a previous meeting, the table supported a notice of motion in regards to bringing in an external expert to review the methodology and the process by which we use for determining the prioritisation of road maintenance. What's the time frame on that? I'm just conscious of, you know, if we're doing this month by month in parallel to a process that's doing, are we going to be doing this for 12 months or?
Mr Mayor, the process you describe is subject to budget, obviously, but we're working on the brief for that now, and we will socialise that with councillors, because we absolutely want councillors to be comfortable with the work that's going to be undertaken. We don't want to get to the end of the exercise and realise we've not hit the mark there, but it is simply subject to budget adoption. Michael's working on the brief at the moment.
And I have a further question, and this one's to Councillor Mather, and it's only in regards to, I'm conscious of the length of time that you've identified for each of these roads since you identified the need or the want that's not being met. Have you been able to participate in any process whereby these have been able to be compared to the others that the officers have identified for this coming month? I'm just, my fear, I guess, Councillor Mather, that I'm looking for some comfort around is that if we put forward something that was for July to June, that something obviously comes out of June, and have you identified any roads, any work that can be pulled out, or are we just loading up?
No, I ask for a road maintenance program each month, and sometimes they're not even on there. That's why I say they seem to have been forgotten. They seem to be left out. Because if the officers come by and say, oh, it's only a 3 point something, it's not reflective of the damage. And this is what I need to be able to show you, that the bump meter is wasting our time and giving us a false reading of what the road is really doing.
All right.
I'll take you to some roads. And
so, Councillor Mather, you've spoken to your report.
yes,
I take it
I was
in my
answering
absence.
that question.
All right, okay. Anyone speaking against?
I'm not speaking against, Mr Chair, but I'm just actually asking whether the mover would consider, and I'm reluctant to actually add to it, but Ingray Road I feel is warranted, but and on the basis that the devil's in the detail, where you say at the earliest opportunity, which is to me allows the discretion of the officers to undertake that work at the earliest possible opportunity, and would ask whether you would include Ingray Road, which is seriously threatening the pineapple farmers from being able to get their heavy B-doubles out of there because of the potential concern of the road. So if the good councillor would allow that to be added in there, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I don't have a problem. I need to, in saying that, I'm just asking Councillor Bello if he could describe the road to me, because I haven't had any complaints about it. I'm not saying it doesn't need doing, because it is one of those areas that are out of the road,
Exactly,
sort of thing,
yep.
and perhaps it was forgotten too. So one of those forgotten things.
I'm sure the officers haven't forgotten it.
Have you
But
seen it?
I've attended on site with the mayor and received another phone call only this morning to say that the wet weather is seriously concerning the pineapple growers, whether their trucks are able to actually exit through there, and that would be a serious concern to that commercial activity. So, but on the basis that you nominate at the earliest possible, to me
that would include it. Mr Mayor, I'm happy to include in grey. I will go and have a look at it myself. But in answering that question, that damage or the condition of the road was put to you before the rain, so it was already damaged before the rain. All of the roads at the moment, or most of the roads now, are in a similar condition. But these are the ones that have been forgotten, and they do need a priority.
All right, Councillor Watson. Is there a
Sorry,
question or
it's one thing of the same as Adam's sort of conversation to ask that Evans Road could be added to it, because I've got Evans Road, I've got the same situation. I just drove it on the weekend. I'm amazed I didn't get whiplash driving on the road. There's even to the point where the grading has caused. I know, I'm sorry, but I'm not getting anywhere. No, this was before the rain, but this road has even got to the point where they've graded and removed someone's driveway to their property, and it's been like that for many years now.
What we have here is a symptom of what I've been experiencing for a very long time, trying to keep track of what needs doing, what's been done, and what's been done properly. Because here's a typical example of it's not being done or it's not being done properly.
All right. Well, can I, and Councillor, at the risk of generating your ire, I'm not going to support this simply because I'm not about making recommendations for road maintenance at council level. It's not something that we're expert at. Yes, you might drive these roads every single day, but there's a schedule of road maintenance that's already planned. And the fact that we now, on an ad hoc basis, at a council meeting are saying, this road needs doing, that road needs doing, it needs better planning. And Councillor Mather, I've arranged through the CEO for you to become part of the group now that plans maintenance. And I think the CEO is about to have discussions with you around that further on. Yep. So you can become part of the overall group, including the road maintenance people, Jeff Carter, whoever, to actually plan and schedule the maintenance of these particular rural roads. I would much rather see that happen than us become the schedulers of road maintenance.
Mr Mayor, I couldn't agree more. This is the second time I've done it, and I don't intend to do it again because I'll be calling for somebody's head at this rate because I've had it up to here.
Well,
because people are not managing. This is what I'm saying.
Councillor Mather, I can just caution you about threats because that doesn't get anybody anywhere.
If I could, Mr Chair, just ask that the statement be removed, retracted.
Retracted, yep.
It's a very...
Yep, because
I don't believe
it's not appropriate language for a council.
I do apologise for that.
Your microphone's not on, Councillor.
I do apologise for that. But at the same time, Mr Mayor, I don't intend to bring them back again. I'm trying to get you all to realise what I've been trying to do under duress.
I understand your frustration, Councillor Mather.
It's not frustration, it's inefficiencies, big time.
Well, I think
that's what we're looking at.
I think I made the comment last time you brought a road to the table for resolution that I wouldn't support it happening again. But here we are. So I'm just giving you the heads up, Councillor.
The problem is still there. That's
I understand the problem is still there, Councillor, but we have a mechanism now that's going to involve you, whereby we can hopefully get you involved in scheduling the road maintenance going forward with the officers, and I think that's a very positive step. And I think Councillor Hutton's going to make a suggestion as well.
I did have a question. So I understood that such a group exists prior to the Mayor's comments. So I had two questions. The first was, if there's an existing group or committee that comes together to considering the scheduling of these things, would it be possible as an exercise for councillors to be engaged in that process for the next month or the next time that it comes around, because I think obviously there's a desire amongst councillors to understand not just the methodology but actually the mechanics of that. And if that's the case, but also acknowledging what the Mayor's just said, do we need to actually have an alternate motion that actually provides for Councillor Maver to be part of that operational group, recognising that it would be a deviation from her strategic role as a councillor to an operational, and if council should actually nominate her and say that we would like Councillor Maver to be part of the operational group that's managing the maintenance scheduling on behalf of council.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think it needs a resolution. That should automatically come out of the portfolio. I mean, if other councillors want to turn up, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. What I am concerned about is that we shouldn't have to be involved in such an organised, like to do the road maintenance, who does what and where the machines go and who's going to be doing what. We shouldn't have to do that. If these people are paid to manage, then they should be managing. If they're capable of managing, I'd like to know what their problem is. Why isn't it happening? I think it's a fair question.
Well, indeed, Councillor Mather, those are questions that can be discussed within this particular group that you're about to become a member of. And you're more than welcome to pose those questions, Mr. CEO.
Indeed, Mr. Mayor, I would concur with Councillor Mather. I don't believe there's a need for a resolution to make that appointment. In fact, the invitation to Councillor Mather has stood for some time, but we'll absolutely extend that to other councillors. I think it is important that we lift the level of understanding or certainly a meeting of the minds about councillor expectations and also the manner in which our staff go about the process of scheduling maintenance for roads.
All right. So, councillors, any other questions, or just open the floor for comments on this? Councillor Watt, Councillor Hutton.
I'm just seeking clarity as to whether those 2 additional roads that have been requested by councillors are being added to this resolution for the purposes of the debate that will be forthcoming, or not. Only they're not currently there.
Ingrate Road.
Ingrate Evans.
And Evans Road.
Doing tomorrow.
All right. All right, councillors, are we happy to go to vote on this? All right. Got a move of Councillor Mather, second of Councillor Watson. All in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. Noting Councillor Mather, I hope it's the last time it comes to the table in this form. All right, so 10.6 is a notice of motion from Councillor Hutton in relation to local government electoral expenditure caps. Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to your report?
I'd like to move the motion standing in my name.
Okay. Can I just seek a point of clarification too? We've got a move of Councillor Hutton, second of Councillor Watson, or Councillor Bellow, sorry. Yep. Has it been actually transposed correctly from the...
No. So can you go to the next page to where the notice of motion is the missing words of the resolution?
Yeah. In the gusto of it all.
Just excited to move forward.
All right, so now we have a complete resolution. Councillor Hutton, happy with that one? All right.
It's just to change option number 1, where my original notice of motion provided for the proposed local government electoral expenditure caps consultation, where it just says we're going to provide feedback to inform the local government association, so it just needs to be updated to reflect. But
All right, so Councillor Hutton's moving, Councillor Bellow's seconding. Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to it first up? Sorry, Councillor Friend, I'll come back to you.
Mr. Mayor, in the intent of brevity, I don't think it's for today's discussion for us to discuss individual views on it, but rather just to take on board the suggestion that Livingstone provide feedback back to both the LGAQ to inform their submission as well as the State Department on this important item in regards to electoral expenditure caps.
All right, thank you. Any questions, Councillor?
I had a question, however, I've just noted that the words electoral expenditure caps have been added, so that's what I was just going to ask Councillor Hutton.
All right, thank you. All right, any need for debate on this one, councillors? Happy to go to the vote. Moved Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Bello, all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Mr Mayor, just noting that the due date for that occurs before council meets. Again, point 4 has authorised you and I to finalise the submission. Naturally, we will do that in consultation with councillors, but there will be some haste. I'll probably lean on Councillor Hutton a little bit, given his keen interest in the topic.
All right. 10.7, councillors, another notice of motion from Councillor Hutton in relation to safer communities.
Yes,
Councillor
I'd like to move the motion.
I'll second it, Mr Mayor.
Seconded, Councillor Friend. Did you wish to speak to it, councillor?
Yes, Mr Mayor, just to reflect that recently we had the opportunity to look at CCTV in terms of council spend as part of its capital program. We went through a survey process. That process was not successful. In seeking to move forward with this, we have to find ways to help provide for a safer community. The Queensland Police Service does have a program called the Community Camera Alliance, whereby they don't seek to add extra cameras, but just seek information about where cameras are within the community so that they know who to ask for when they're looking for footage on different areas. And I think Yeppoon and Emu Park would be perfect opportunities for us to engage in that. I also think that recognising the prevalence of concerns provided by members of the community on social media in regards to crimes or perception of crime, that council would be well directed to provide Crime Stoppers and Police Link phone numbers in our next community centre, our next business community, and our quarterly council newsletter to the community so that they've got those information readily available. And the third one is obviously the harder of the three, which is to look at how do we embed neighbourhood watch groups across the Shire in communities where there does seem to be a spike in these things. I don't know if there's easy answers, but these are all steps that we can take that do help make our community safer. And I think that it's up for us to, in reflecting the survey results that said the community did not wish to proceed the proceeding of capital funding of CCTV, are there other ways that we can actually engage in this space and help make a difference?
Thanks, Councillor Hutton. Anyone speaking against? Okay. Well, I'll speak for this as well, councillors. I think given, as Councillor Hutton has just stated, that the CCTV cameras won't be progressing as part of our capital works program due to the community feedback on that, I think this is the next best alternative, and I think it's a positive step that also establishes our relationship with not only the business community but the Queensland Police Service. So just wanted to thank Councillor Hutton for bringing this one to the table. Councillor Friend.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, seeing that I've seconded this, I would just like to have a brief talk to it. So mostly I agree with Councillor Hutton on all 3 points, especially point 3. Growing up in the 70s and 80s in Brisbane, there were a tremendous amount of neighbourhood watch groups. These people were advocates, and they facilitated meetings within their neighbourhoods to be able to watch out for crime and juvenile crime, which we know is on the rise. And as Councillor Hutton said, it's prevalent on social media. So I think that this would be a great opportunity for council to advocate for these neighbourhood watch groups and to bring that type of safety back to each community.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Watson.
Forward as well, but over the last 30 years of being a photographer, I've photographed these organisations many times, and they struggle for volunteers to be part of it. I know in the last 6 years with my previous job I was doing, that Neighbourhood Watch on North Rockhampton was barely keeping it going. So there might need to be more awareness brought into it to keep these groups going so that they are effective, because I know they really struggle.
All right. Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can understand the need for ongoing surveillance, and I understand people are so busy today that they don't have time to look outside their own shops to be able to assist, and they don't have the money for CCTV. Clearly the police have got to be involved in this, and have we approached them to see what they know the issues are, what the groups are sort of folding or at least going into recline?
Can you rephrase your question for me, Councillor?
Okay,
Mabe?
have the...
Perhaps I can help out. The recommendation says that we need to investigate the opportunities to partner with Queensland Police. I would imagine, Councillor Mather, that would include opportunities to liaise with the relevant neighbourhood watch groups and get an understanding of what their issues are and what their restrictions are.
I understand. To put the motion into words, I got the impression that the neighbourhood watch groups were fading. They were fading away, and we want to rejuvenate. Am I correct in thinking that?
So, on the Capricorn Coast, according
Okay,
to
you
the
need to
Neighbourhood
start
Watch website, there are 2 on the Capricorn Coast, but neither of them have got contact details or phone numbers to provide. So I think that's why we're investing opportunities to support the embedding of neighbourhood watch groups. So where a community identifies there is a spike of concern, maybe that's an opportunity to go talk to that community. Have you considered coming together and forming a neighbourhood watch group and providing that information? But we need to investigate it first, because it may be that we find out that Neighbourhood Watch has moved to a digital age and they're working in different spaces.
They might be doing it differently, yes.
And that's why it's investigate
you just
opportunities.
need to stimulate whatever's there and see if you can resurrect it to get some outcomes for it, yeah. And that will involve the police. Going back a number of years ago, I was involved, and probably still am, the secretary of the police liaison community group. It's got all the documents at home. That was good. We had a lot of people, but we used to meet every month. The police used to come. And we used to deal with matters that were affecting the security at that time. And one of those things that just kept coming up was juvenile crime, which we know seems to be the pattern. What we did, we went to the magistrate and said, why are you letting these kids off? Because the recidivism is there all the time. They're back again and again. Slap on the wrist and they're back doing the same things. The police do their job. The CC cameras do their job. We do our job by pulling it all together. The police know, and they will tell you that they catch these blokes. They know who they are. They just go straight and knock on their door. We know where you were last night. Can you tell me about it? They go before the judge, and that's the end of it. And they come and do it again. We need to go back to the magistrates and come and talk to them.
Well, I think that's outside the purview of this particular recommendation, though.
That should be part of the scope of what you're looking at.
Right. All right. We have.
I'll support it, no problem at all.
Councillor, question?
Just a quick statement, that's all.
Yep.
I know that the Yeppoon Police are holding a coffee with a copper in the next fortnight. I'll get a date to you if you like, if you want to be part of their conversation.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please. All right. Are we happy to go to the vote on this, councillors? All right. So we've got a move of Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Frendall. In favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. All right. We're now on 10.8, councillors, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Mather. It's a motion to rescind. Councillor Mather, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is one I would have rather not have done, but I feel it's necessary to be done. And for the sake of the people in the gallery and those viewers, I'll read the motion. It's in relation to a motion council previously approved, and I'll explain why it needs to be rescinded. The council resolved to advise the Department of Natural Resources that it has, that council resolved to, 1, advise the Department of Natural Resources that it has an interest in being appointed to joint trustee of land at Kununurra, described as Lot 52 and Lot 133 on USL 42157 with Durumble Enterprises Proprietary Limited, upon the land being dedicated as a reserve for environmental purposes, and 2, authorise council officers to begin negotiations with Durumble Enterprises Proprietary Limited in relation to joint trusteeship and management of the land. It was moved by Councillor Friend, seconded by myself, and the motion was carried unanimously. I'll read the background for completion, Mr Mayor. That was the notice I wished to rescind. The resolution was made in good faith at the time, but prior to any on-site inspections by councillors. Without knowing the possible implications, responsibilities, resources and costs which may fall on council in the future by undertaking a joint trusteeship, the resolution is a commitment which should not be imposed on a future council. As council was not the applicant in this case, and Natural Resources rejected council's initial reasons for objecting to the freeholding application, the decision should be one for the department itself to make. Again, council's initial response to DNR was made in good faith and in the absence of any inspection by councillors and having relevant information. If the above motion was successful, I will follow it through with another motion, Mr Mayor. But as I said, the motion was made in good faith at the time. Councillors have since visited the site and sought further information and recognised the implications involved. And it's been since identified too that the water hole that was intended or proposed to be fenced cannot be fenced, and that's been confirmed by Natural Resources.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. You're moving this
Yes, Mayor,
rescission motion? All right. Is there a seconder? Councillor Watson? All right. So, anyone, Councillor Mather, I'm going to take it that you have spoken to it at this point. I'll give you the opportunity to wrap up at the end. Anyone speaking against?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will speak against this motion. First and foremost, I just want to, before I speak against, I just want to make a quick comment saying that we didn't have questions to the CEO. On the minutes of the 21st of September 21, the agenda item, which was this 15.3, is listed under confidential minutes, yet the live stream of the time was not in confidential at all. So I'm just that's just a comment that I'm passing to you. The reason why I'm speaking against this particular notice of motion is that every council meeting, we always acknowledge the traditional owners and custodians of the land in which we meet, our Durumble people. The Durumble people have had a deputation with us, as had the landowner as well. They are absolutely thrilled to be able to partner with council to help rejuvenate and have this particular two small lots of land. There is an Indigenous land use agreement between council and also Durumble, along with the Australian Defence Force and Durumble. With Durumble and the Australian Defence Force, they also have a separate access agreement via Defence land, which actually is located just off these two properties, in which they would then access these two properties without having to access the landowner's land. The neighbouring landowner, we've heard, has many concerns in relation to pigging and firearms and what could happen, because unfortunately in the past things like this have happened. But because of the access by defence land, and there only is a certain amount of Durumble elders and rangers allowed on that defence land, they would not be able to take firearms, and they would lose that access, and the Durumble do not want to lose access and their good positioning with the Australian Defence Force. We've taken, I believe our council officers have taken very seriously the landowner's concerns, and have tried to address those concerns with him. And I also believe that Dirumble would be quite happy to speak and liaise, have no objection to liaising and working with the landowner. As far as fencing is concerned, there's no rapid push to advance any fencing. And as we know, the state has confirmed with the landowner that there cannot be any fencing near or of the creek area. So therefore, we also have a similar relationship with Surf Riders Foundation for the Big Farnborough Big Dune area that we are in trusteeship with. And we do very little, council does very little in relation to being a trustee with Surf Riders. So council also feels that there would be very little we would need to do in relation to this particular area. But most importantly, I speak against this because I believe that council has not only a responsibility, but an integral part that they should look at our Indigenous landowners and custodians, and this is all part of the reconciliation process. I'm voting against this today, Mr. Mayor, but I do hope that if this motion is not lost and it is resolved, that council continues and tries to heal any rift that there might be in the future with Dirumble. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking for the recommendation? Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, I have a question, and I guess directed to the author. Acknowledging the first point, which sees us rescind our relationship or our desire to be part of a partnership for the development of this land as a reserve in partnership with Dirumble Enterprise. We're removing ourselves from the partnership because what are the grounds upon which we then write to the department saying that we don't believe that in the circumstances we're able to make a decision as the referral agency on this?
No. To answer the question, Mr. Mayor, the council's reasons at the time, we were a party to the application by the Department of Natural Resources coming to us and saying there's been an application to freehold these parcels of land. What's your thought? I don't have the answers with me today. I don't know what that letter said, but the Natural Resources rejected that reason, and somehow Dirumble came into the picture as a partnership, and that wasn't part of, I guess, put it this way, it wasn't part of the application as a partnership. It was the application was about freeholding the land by a person who was entitled to do that under his natural right to do that, being the adjoined landowner, and also having looked after that parcel of land or those parcels of land for those years, only to find at the end of the line that they weren't really his. So the natural thing one would do would think, oh God, I thought they were mine, I'll go and make the application to DNR. And they did. The council gave a decision based on information of, what about a partnership? So, and that's where it all came unstuck, because we did not have the information that we needed in relation to all of this. We went into a proposed partnership without visiting the site, without talking to the landowner, and that's not the way we normally do business.
Councillor Hutton.
So can I just confirm, Councillor Mavis, so we're not seeking to exclude ourselves from the process because we're in partnership with Dirumble, or we are seeking to recluse ourselves because of the partnership?
We should not be in partnership with anybody. It's not anything to do with a particular party. It's just that when somebody makes an application to freehold, and we see it all the time, there was one up at Canuna, up at Ogmore recently, but the Army did have lease over that at the time, and it went through just like that. We don't need a partnership. So I'm saying, I go back to landowners. They have a responsibility to make sure that their stock and their property are secured. And they don't want any people on their land or having the ability to access their land. Because I know many graziers who've had that problem, whether they be pig shooters or whatever. I'm not saying that's happening here, but I'm saying they need to know that their property is secure. And partnerships, whatever form they may take, is up to the grazier to initiate that with whomever they wish. But it's not for a council to say, we want to be part of it and you're going to have to like it, because that's not the way you do business. We didn't have the information at the time, and that's why we are remiss. We made this decision in good faith. I keep using those words, in good faith. But as it turned out, the more we knew, the more we realised, certainly I realised, that this is not the way to go. It should be left in the hands of the department to make that decision, not us as a partner. Because the last thing we want is to be responsible for something else that we really don't need.
All right. Councillors, are we happy to wrap up debate on this now? Okay. Councillor, no, you can't. Sorry, Mr. Jacobson. Yep. All right. So I'm kind of lost the thread where we are now. So no, it's all good. Councillor Hutton, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and councillors, to be honest, I'm not 100% sure if I'm speaking for or against, because I completely agree with Councillor Maver in that I believe that council should be writing to the department saying that we offer no opinion in terms of the referral, and it's up to the state to make a decision as to how they wish to proceed. I can 100% agree with that, and I think that on a reflection of the journey in good faith, that's probably where we faced ourselves with a bit of a challenge. However, when it comes to conversations around partnerships, when it comes to conversations around reconciliation and items that are so much bigger than this one little parcel of land, I am conflicted, because not only are we not the decision maker, they only ever asked us our opinion on whether they should be able to just, come to an arrangement with the adjoining landholder with no further information provided. The minute we start dealing with these big issues that have huge implications that are spiritual, cultural and beyond, are we able to truly take 10 steps back and pretend it never happened? As we heard in the deputation from the Durrumbul enterprise, normally they would never even hear that a parcel of land like this was going up and that there had been a request to purchase it. And the first time that they'd be aware that a parcel of state land was being dealt with in this process would be when they received a cheque in the mail reflecting the value that's been offered onto them for the loss of that land. So, assuming, no? Okay. All right. But we also recognise that our role that we adopted in September of last year, where we said that we wish to partner with them in the creation or management of reserve, means that we've had to act in good faith with that. Now, the advice from Durrumbul is that to this date that there hasn't been a lot of discussion around what that partnership looks like, and therefore that that there's the opportunity to be working in conjunction with the landholder of adjoining land. We've had advice from the State Department this week around access to the land and around fencing. All of that to me brings us back to, well, should we have been more than the referral agency in this first case? And I go, well, when there are these big implications, the answer is probably we shouldn't have been anything more than that. However, in keeping faith with the conversations that we have had with Durrumbul, I believe that in writing to the State Department, we need to make sure that they are aware of both the applicant and his desire and his planned use for the land, but also the fact that this has occurred, because ordinarily they would not believe that any other organisation or group was conscious of the land, and so they'd be dealing directly with them. But we've now created a situation where they need to be aware that there is more than one party, and that there is now potentially either a circumstance for mediation between potential landholders, or a conflict between potential landholders that needs to be dealt with, but that it's not the place for this council to fulfil that role. And all I can offer is an apology on behalf of myself for finding ourselves in a place where we've managed to upset everyone and to date not been able to achieve a fantastic outcome. And I think that's something that is the lesson that I take from this, is that we, you know, in pushing forward, we need to make sure that we are in good faith, in awareness of all the facts and how the process would normally work.
Councillor Mather, you can wrap up at the end, thank you, rather than reply. So anyone speaking for the motion now? Councillor Bello.
Yeah, in support of Councillor Mather's efforts to have this matter reconsidered by virtue of the motion to rescind a previous decision. On the basis on which I do that, I can recall the previous CEO, the transition CEO, Mr. Graham Konoski, when we first de-amalgamated, who we had a new council then, and I was one of those councillors with very little experience. And one thing that stuck with me from his advice was that any time you make a decision, if you don't believe you've got all information, don't feel pressured to make the decision. There is no pressure to make the decision. If you don't have to put your hand up if you don't have all of the information. Fast forward probably about 8 years and you wonder where the time's gone, but the process that we went through to determine the original decision that we made on this, upon reflection, I don't believe we had, or I didn't have, all of the relevant information that would have helped me make an informed decision. And the reason I say that, it's on the basis of procedural fairness. Essentially, the Jacobsons, who were the neighbouring property holder, sought to advise councillors of their perspective on the matter, which would be a reasonable request, I would think, and would have helped to provide context, as it would to get context from the other joint partner that was hoping to be involved with council, the Durrumbul Enterprise. Very beneficial to get that information before any decision was made. Vitally important. Upon reflection, I don't believe that that happened. And when procedural fairness is compromised, you end up making not good decisions. And it is uncomfortable to be in this position now, knowing that potentially one party will be very disappointed at the change of direction that they initially took. But it's only on the basis that that information was not afforded to me at the time originally, and I can defend that position. And I hope that if this motion is successful, the Durrumbul Enterprises would see it from that perspective. And that's the only reason why, in the absence of that information, I don't believe my decision that took place back in September 21st, 2021, was based on procedural fairness, and I therefore am prepared to support this.
All right. Anyone speaking against? All right. Councillor Mather, would you like to wrap up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members, when we visited the site, our eyes were opened as to what was there. It was an extension of a grazing property that was fenced, it was watered, and it was clean. In fact, I considered it was pristine in that location because of the wildlife there. There were no weeds, not that I found. It was cared for. We asked a lot of questions. We found that water ran right over that. It took out fences. It left debris on fences. There's a lot of work to a grazing property, especially where you're in a flood-prone area. And it's a landowner's responsibility to make sure those fences are always secure. You haven't got a beast down that needs attention. They're treated regularly like children. Everything has to be done like clockwork to secure not only your land, but your stock, your livelihood, your investment, your future. This is not about rehabilitation. And I've got a little thing I want to read in a minute. This is not about rehabilitation. On the land that day, we learned things that we didn't know before, and you thought, oh, it's truth. And that's why I put the notice in. Because, as it was said, we learn things as we go along. And it is embarrassing to come back today to have to do this. But this is not about rehabilitation. The landowner, in making the application to DNR, specifically asked, was there any native title involved? Is there any involvement that's going to prohibit me from moving forward on this? They were told no. So what would you expect? You've got a clean slate. You can go ahead, make your application like any other person would normally do in those circumstances with no hindrances. And that's how it came about. And when it did come to us, we rejected it and added to it and made it complicated. And that's why we're here trying to uncomplicate it today. And Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to say a lot more, but I would like to read something which I would hope would just clarify a couple of things, and I'll leave it at that. But I'm trying to make good with the decision that I made at the time, which I now know to be wrong and complicated, and if we gave any unreasonable hope to somebody else that they may have an input into it, then as you see that I'm sorry for that. I do regret having to place this rescission notice before the table because the motion as read was presented and passed in good faith and in respect of our Jurumble brothers and sisters. I do acknowledge and apologise to any parties aggrieved by this notice, as I was the mover at the time and again moved the motion in good faith. Our long friendship and good working relationship with Jurumble people is not to be questioned or taken for granted. In saying that, at the time of the council decision, all relative information relating to the parcels of land in question was not known. There was nothing sinister or questionable about the discussions and site visits all parties have had. It was simply the lack of valid information at the time of the council decision, which has caused this review. Given the goodwill of all parties, it would be fair to state that we, as Australians, want the best for our land. As Australians, we all have responsibilities and we all have rights, and only wish that our country remains in safe hands. Only Australians can give us that assurance. I do apologise to all parties concerned for this protracted debate and trust all parties can accept today's council decision, again, based on good faith.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Mather. We've got a mover in Councillor Mather, seconder in Councillor Watson. We'll go to the vote on it now. Councillors, all in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. Thank you, councillors.
Thanks, members.
Can I ask what happened from there? To do with that?
We will go. We'll definitely have lunch. But the CEO and I will discuss it over lunch and get back to you, councillor. Yeah.
No, I think they're quite familiar with those things. We'll certainly, it won't be lost. But the spirit and intent of council's resolutions will be relayed to the department as early as today.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Jacobson.
Mr. Mayor, I don't mind, and if you think it's necessary, I'd be happy to put that with the minutes. If you think it's unnecessary, I'm happy with that too.
Oh, it can go with the minutes, councillor.
We haven't closed off yet.
Right, so procedural motion to break for lunch. All in favour? Thank you. I think 5 o'clock is looming and we're not going to make that, so we better get underway. 12.2, first of all, resume after lunch. All in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. 12.2, this is the development application for a outdoor sport and recreational horse riding centre and trails and function facility. Jenna, welcome back to the table.
Happy to move this, Mr. Mayor, when the time comes.
Okay.
I'll just start without the PowerPoint being on, and we can just skip through that when it gets there.
Yeah, sure.
So good afternoon. So this application is for a material change of use for an outdoor sport and recreation for horse riding centre and trails and a function facility. The development is located at 291 Mount Wheeler Road at Kulwarrul. The application includes the horse riding facility near the entry to the property and trails across the property. You just need to have a look. That's the site located there. This is the proposal plan. It also is for a function facility providing for a range of events. All catering will be brought on site and the facility is for the hire of the land in the barn. Times vary depending on clients, with most events being on the weekend and the occasional weekday event. This is proposal plan 1, so the horse riding facility at the front, and then the function facility is located at the back with some other horse riding centre activities at the east of the site as well. Some flight photos. So in summary, the application was publicly notified and no submissions were received. There's no infrastructure charges due to the credit attaching to the land, and it's recommended for approval subject to conditions.
Right.
Any questions?
Thank you, Jenna. Any questions, councillors?
No
Councillor
infrastructure charges, Mr Mayor, I noticed that, no infrastructure charges.
Through chair, no infrastructure charges because there is a credit attaching to
Yeah,
the land.
yes. Accessibility to the site during wet weather. I guess they wouldn't be there anyway with any brains. Carrying horse floats and trucks and all the rest of it. They need to have an all-purpose road.
So through the chair, it comes off Mackay's Road and then along Mount Wheeler Road, and I have talked to the infrastructure team, and the road is maintained approximately every 18 months, and it is in quite a good condition for a rural road, so there's no upgrades required to the access to get to the site. Generally, if there was an event, they would call it off by the operator, so that's something that they'll manage on site.
Just thinking, we've got the Mount Wheeler Road side of it, haven't we?
Yes.
Off Mackay's Road, off Wheeler Road, and for that point into the facility themselves. Is that road all right? Because it's pretty low lying from what I can remember.
So through the chair, the way when we went out to site, officers went out to site, we actually came from Kulwarrul up to the site, and it had been after rain and it was quite wet, but that is a trail, and I wouldn't say that that's their main access. It's an access if they needed an access for an emergency, and we travelled along Mackay's Road and Mount Wheeler Road, and they were in really good condition and weren't wet or boggy.
Might be the only road in town. Yeah, thanks, Jen.
All right. Okay. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. Jenna, thank you for this. On page 153, it talks about Aboriginal cultural heritage. My question in relation to this is, as this property is located and encroaches on the site of Guyee, have the traditional custodians been advised, or do they need to be advised?
So through the chair, the application was impact accessible, so the adjoining owners were notified through that process. There's also an advisory note in relation to the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, might go into debate. Can I get a move? Oh, I've got a mover. I mean, Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Bello. Councillor Hutton, did you want to speak to the report?
Only very briefly to thank the officers for their work on their report and to acknowledge that this is yet again another sign that Livingstone is the wedding capital of CQ. Everyone wants to get married here, everyone wants to live here, and that's why we need facilities such as this. And obviously with the Beef to Reef Yepern show coming up, it's important that we have young people continuing to engage in the equine sports, and this is a great site for them to get that love and to enjoy it. So commend the application to the table.
Thank you. Councillors, in the interest of brevity, is there any need to sort of debate this? I mean, are we all fairly happy with it? All right, so we've got a move at Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Bello. We'll go to the vote. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thanks, Jenna. 12.3, response to questions on notice from Councillor Friend in relation to bushfire funding. Welcome to the table, Lindy.
Good afternoon. So this is in response to question on notice tendered by Councillor Friend. The two main questions that were posed was there bushfire funding granted to Livingstone Shire Council to the value of $1.3 million for the sole purpose of upgrading the eastern portion of Gravel Pit Road to make it accessible? And the second part is, if so, where have these funds been allocated? So in response to the first part of the question, in recognition...
Sorry, my sincerest apologies. Can I just confirm that our intention is to read through all of these responses to questions on notice, or are we to take them as read in that they've all been provided in response?
Mr Mayor, if the council posing the questions is comfortable that the responses have been provided, reception of the report would be appropriate.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, Mr CEO and Councillor Hutton. I do have a number of questions which have come up, yes,
All right,
in
so
relation to
we'll take it
these
as read.
questions on notice.
We'll take it as read, and please, and go ahead.
Thanks. Hello, Lindy. Thank you so much for all your hard work in going back through the historical paperwork for this. On the 18th of February 2020, Council resolved to submit the program of work, Gravel Pit Road, etc., I won't go into it all, for approval for Category D funding. My question is, were these actual programs actually submitted at the time to for the grant? And it's a twofold question, really. And did they meet the criteria of the Category D bushfire recovery funding?
I understand that the original list of projects were submitted. However, as a result of discussion with Council and consultation with Queensland Reconstruction Authority, it was identified that there was an opportunity to review the program of works. And on the 2nd of the June briefing session, Council decided to reconsider the program of works based on Council projects for the 2021 budget, which builds resilience for the community.
Thank you. And I just have one more question. At the time, and this is before, this February was before we began our tenure of this council, did QFIS and LDMG, Local Disaster Management Group, actually approve the roads upgrades at the time?
I'd have to take that question on notice and go back and have a look. Yeah, to see what the process was there. I was actually not with council at that time either, so I started in that March. So I'd have to go back and check.
Okay, all right then. Also, now you certainly may not be able to answer this, Lindy, but perhaps someone else, maybe Mr CEO, can answer it. On page 208, it notes all of the projects that we in the June of that year decided upon, such as, and Councillor Hutton mentioned it earlier, the helipad. Sorry, I'm just flicking through my paperwork here.
That's all right.
I do apologise.
It's under, sorry, through the chair, it's under the question 2 section. So generator installations at Woodbury, treatment plant and Kelly's water pump station, upgrade of spatial imagery for all the Shire, upgrade to Marlborough helipad, a bushfire resilience budget, construction of 2.5 kilometres of fire trail within the existing road reserve between Cockham's Road and Sawmill Road, upgrade of 700 metres of fire trail within the existing road reserve of Cabbage Tree Creek Road towards Dairy Inn Road, upgrade to New Zealand Gully Road, as stated, and two-wheel drive access for Mapes Road, linking, I guess, Evans Road to Old Byfield Road.
Okay, so my question, I suppose now I direct it to Mr CEO, is do we know where these projects are up to? Do we know if some have been completed or if some are still in progress?
Mr Chairman, I don't know specifically the response. I'm quite sure some of them have been concluded, but likewise with the other question we took on notice, we're happy to circulate that either at the next meeting or out of round to councillors, whichever is the preference.
Thank you. I'm obviously happy to move to receive the report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Can I get a second to that? Thank you, Councillor Mather. All right. Any other questions of Lindy, councillors? All right. You happy to go to the vote on this? We're going to move a Councillor Friend, second to Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Lindy. 12.4 is a response to notice of motion from Councillor Friend in relation to wording on compostable and reusable material. As I indicated at the commencement of the meeting, councillors, I'm going to absent myself because of a declarable conflict of interest. I think, Justine, you've got the wording. I've got it already, yeah. All right. Mr Deputy, the floor of the chair is yours.
Thank you. Your thing's not on. Yeah.
Over to you, Andrew, if you'd like to lead the way.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you bringing this back to the table. Mr. Batiste, this is great. I will move this, and it's just in response to my notice of motion in relation to a statement on the permit application use of local government controlled areas, facilities and roads. And I see that there will be a notification there saying Livingstone Shire Council encourages the use of compostable and reusable materials for utensils and other items. And that's perfect to what my notice of motion was. So thank you very much.
Anyone like to second that? Right, Councillor Watson to second that. No comment from the officer, Dave? No, you're happy with that? Very good. Shake of the head. We'll go straight to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? It was unanimous, I think. So, well done. We'll get the mayor back in and while we're waiting for the mayor. We could. What is 12.5? Invite Matt. Well done. Come up, Matt, if you'd like. We'll hand back to the mayor. Right.
Thank you, Councillor Bello.
Thank you.
Microphone, Matt.
12.5. How living environment, living Shire biodiversity strategy.
Yeah, we'll move to 12.6.
Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon. Councillors, the tree and or vegetation vandalism policy and procedure have been developed to provide a consistent and transparent approach for deterring and responding to tree and vegetation vandalism, particularly on council-managed land. And I guess we're continuing to see this particularly along our fragile coastal foreshore areas. Now, we have the two documents there. So the policy document really states council's position on this topic and reflects 5 key principles. And these are that we want to see the protection of these often fragile areas, and they are very important for the long-term sustainability and resilience of Livingstone Shire. Another key principle is the identification and prosecution of perpetrators should be consistent. Vandalism of vegetation is an offence on council-managed land, and we've got that backed up with a local law. Education is a key strategy to promote vegetation protection and also to encourage reporting of vandalism. And lastly, the 5th key principle, offenders should not be advantaged by vandalism and where possible should be prosecuted. So the procedure document really provides a framework for addressing vandalism in a consistent and transparent way. Vandalism will be categorised and a significance level determined using an assessment tool. So you'll find these in Table 1 and Table 2 in the report. Responses to vandalism really fall under the following categories: education, monitoring and prevention, investigation, regulation and enforcement, and lastly, response measures such as restoration and, in some cases, the use of tools such as shade cloth and signage. So often a suite of actions is the best or the most effective response, with really the first three of these responses being the key focus of the policy and procedure. So it's about education, monitoring and prevention, and investigation, regulation and enforcement. So the recommendation of the report is that Council adopt the tree and or vegetation vandalism policy and procedure. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Matt. Councillor Friend?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll move this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Matt, I have one question, and it's in relation to those residents who are currently maintaining foreshore and or other areas within the Shire. Are we going to be talking to them and saying cease and desist, or how is this going to be approached? Because it's going to be a fairly sensitive issue.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I guess this policy is probably more focused on vegetation vandalism. There is a separate process occurring through our infrastructure department that's looking at actual assets and structures on those foreshore areas. And yes, I'm not sure how that is progressing at the moment, but by having a policy in for the vegetation side, I guess we've covered ourselves. We've made it very clear what we're trying to achieve. And given particularly the foreshore areas are such a fragile ecosystem, and also they're really our front, our first line of defence for coastal hazards. So, okay. By having that in place, we've made it clear to our community what we're trying to achieve, and by going through this process, it's not just about prosecution. We're hoping to educate people and make them realise, why it is important. And also too, we're not stopping people. For example, we do get a lot of people approach us, we think there might be a fire hazard, or we think there's another hazard on the foreshore. Again, we're happy to look at that, but what we're saying to people is don't take things into your own hands, don't go and deal with the matter. Call council first if you think there is a problem. But otherwise, you shouldn't be taking down any vegetation on council managed land.
Yeah, notwithstanding that, and I'm not disagreeing with it, but I quite often get phone calls about certain sections of our foreshore, and in recent times it's been along Kinka, where we've got spear grass in great degrees of prevalence, and I guess some questions have been asked from residents along Kinka Beach Road, what's council doing about that sort of stuff? Now, I understand it's a different purview from you guys, but clearly this is enmeshed. It's all part of the same policy about how we're going to maintain our foreshores.
And again, Mayor, I guess too, with those sorts of things, that we do have, council's pest management officers are able to deal with some of that stuff. We also have a number of community groups who can, work on particular projects to look at removing weeds and maybe either allowing for natural regeneration or even replanting the areas. So again, contact council. That's all I can advise those people, and we can look at measures to deal with it.
Thank you. Councillor Watson?
Quick question. Matthew, I'm thinking Kinka Beach again, but down on the Esplanade, there are people there who haven't done this to create views. They're just mowing in front of them. They've got turf and everything else. When does what they're doing change from that to being on the wrong side of the law, basically?
Well, I guess they're doing that still in what is, or they're doing that on what is effectively council managed land still. So, and again, our preference, I guess, from a natural environmental perspective is that they don't turf that area. They don't mow that area. A lot of these areas are meant to be left in their natural state. Again, we can talk to them if they have a particular idea about maybe some projects.
So I'm thinking in this particular, it's been going for 20 years. Yeah. And it's actually each householder who bought the house continued on with the work. Yeah. And how do you stop that? Because you're going to end up with a lot of upset people.
Councillor Watson. Our shoreline management plan review, I think, will help us in this space. So we did a plan of all our shoreline beach compartments back in 2008, and we've had consultants looking to review that document at the moment. So that will, I guess, quantify the extent to which that kind of change to our foreshore is existing. And I think that will be an opportunity for council to look at, well, what is the resource requirement or the engagement requirement that we need to do to work with those communities about where the line should be, where the turf stops and natural vegetation starts.
So if they're to stop doing these things, who's going to step in from council? Do we have the staff to go in and rectify these areas, or how will it work? Because I know we're short on for those sort of things.
That's right. I think it'll be a big task to just say we're going to tackle all that in one go. So I think that's why the shoreline management plan will give us that information about that problem, and then we can develop an action plan for that. Clearly, we're looking for external funding to assist us. So the Coastal Hazards Adaptation Strategy has really pointed to nature-based solutions as a cost-effective way for us to start to address risk from coastal erosion and sea level rise. So we know we need to do more to enhance our natural areas on our foreshores, but it can be a staged approach. We can look for external funding, we can look to stage any actions over time. So I think we'll need to do that to manage the resource impost that might create.
Question? Yep. Question, Councillor?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for this report and the hard work you've put into it. So would I be correct in saying that you're not actually setting out from tomorrow, if this is passed, to target those people that mow the front? This is in relation to tree vandalism, specifically for views if necessary. Am I right in saying that? So it's not, targeting those people that have looked after the area for 20 years.
Yep. No, absolutely, councillor, and we really are after those people who are out there, whether it's with machinery or poisons or whatever, and are just blatantly taking out trees and vegetation. And I think, as Lisa said, the remainder of it is probably a progressive thing, step by step, and we'll obviously develop a bit more governance around it. And some actual action plans. So we've got a roadmap there of where we want to head, and of course working with the community to make sure that we've got their input into it as well.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Can I get a seconder for this report, please? Got mover and Councillor Friend. Councillor Mather, thank you. All right, Councillor Friend, did you want to speak to the report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just so briefly, I've thanked you very much for your hard work and dedication in putting this together. This is the first policy and procedure of its type that we've had in Livingstone Shire Council. So there's been a lot of firsts within this tenure, and it's all to do with the hard work of the officers. This is so important that we look after our vegetation that keeps our dural systems from erosion. But I'd really like to point out the hard work and the liaison between departments such as sustainability, natural resource management and local laws as well, to look at monitoring and prevention, investigation, regulation and enforcement, and undertaking response mechanisms including restoration, shade cloth and signage. So the way you've put this together is absolutely brilliant, and I just commend this to the table and thank the officers again.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against? All right, we're happy to go to a vote on this one, councillors. Mover Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Mather, all in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. 12.5, we ready for that one now, guys? Awesome. The floor is yours, Lise.
Thank you very much, councillors. Today I'm asking you all to consider our draft biodiversity strategy, our living environment. I'm hoping for council support in adopting this document. It is a first for council to be producing this information about biodiversity in our shire. We've had an enormous amount of community support in putting this together. In fact, we have really utilised the information coming from our community to put it together.
It's been contributions from a range of individuals and organisations that have helped us to develop this strategy. And in here, we also give the opportunity, I guess, for our community and all the agencies that support environment to be involved. There's also a video that is being produced. It hasn't been finalised as yet. I have sent around a link hoping that people will get an opportunity to have a look at it and give me any feedback if there's things we want to change in that. But that video, again, gives voice to our community and highlights the importance of biodiversity to our community, both in a business sense, in a well-being sense, and also for the natural species themselves and their long-term survival. So at the moment, we have a range of actions identified in the action plan. Most of those things will still need to come through Council's normal budgetary processes and business cases and so on. But I think most of the actions in that action plan we're already working on. Towards half of those actions are already underway. And this policy extends over a 6-year period, which allows us to take our time to implement the new actions and to do that in a cost-effective way. I recommend the document to you, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Lise. A really interesting read. I enjoyed reading the report tremendously. Councillor Friend, did you want to move this one?
Definitely. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
And I'm happy to second. So, Councillor Friend, did you want to talk to the report?
I would love to. Thank you for this opportunity. First and foremost, before I make my statement, I'd just like to encourage everybody to be able to watch the video that has been produced. I've seen it, and it's absolutely wonderful, and it really opens your eyes to what our whole region has on offer in relation to biodiversity. Livingstone Shire Council, as we know, is located on the traditional lands of the Drumbul people and the Wapapara people of the Keppel Islands, whose knowledge and cultural connection to land, sea and wildlife is acknowledged and embraced. Council officers have prepared this biodiversity strategy to guide planning and project development for the conservation of natural assets and green corridors. This aligns with Livingstone's community plan towards 2050 in relation to natural Livingstone. The biodiversity strategy is in 2 parts. Part A describes the biodiversity assets and the values in Livingstone Shire, and Part B sets out the objectives and strategies to achieve the vision to recognise, protect and enhance the Shire's biodiversity. Our biodiversity includes native plants that occur naturally, including fungi, rare and threatened species, introduced plant species. Native animals that occur naturally, including insects, rare and threatened species, and also introduced animals. Geology and landforms, climate, ecosystems such as wetlands, groundwater, dependent ecosystems, water catchments, surface and groundwater systems, beaches, headlands and sand dunes, marine ecosystems and species, freshwater aquatic life and water quality, also migratory and nomadic species of birds. The biodiversity strategy was developed with extensive community engagement. This document has been created through the contributions of our traditional custodians and local experts, also with community members. And I'd like to thank each and every one for their contribution to this biodiversity strategy. But most importantly, I would like to commend this to the table and with hand on heart, thank Lise Charles, Natural Resource Management, and Matt Baldock, Sustainability Officer. Thank you so much for all you've done in this space. It's absolutely amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against?
Not against, Mr Chairman. Just on page 222, halfway down, it's staffing implications. We're looking for another officer. I think we just need to have a look and see what sort of staff we've got here now, but whether we need to do some adjustments somewhere.
I'm pretty sure that'll be a budgetary matter that the CEO will be on top of, Councillor.
That's a matter that we have dealt with and we'll deal with it again.
Yep. All right, so we're good to go to the vote on this one, councillors? Okay, so we're going to move it, Councillor Friend, seconded. myself. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Thanks, guys. 12.7, which is the community organisation tenure with council renewal. Welcome to the table, Molly.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm recommending to the table this afternoon that the Emu Park Swim Club is able to renew its tenure for a further 10 years. They're on the same lot as the Emu Park swimming pool. However, they have a separate shed and they are almost complete building their fence between the two areas. Happy to take any questions.
Fairly straightforward, I think, councillors. Any questions? Councillor Hutton, thank you. Seconded.
Second.
Councillor Friend, thank you. All right. Councillor Hutton, you want to speak to the point? All right. Are we happy to go to the vote on this, councillors? All right. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Molly. That was short and sharp.
Oh, I could go for much longer.
12.8 Infrastructure Portfolio Quarterly Report. Welcome to the table, Mr. Executive Director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just run through a couple of the key statistics within the report. So our, on page 291, total expenses year to date is tracking about 95%. Our revenue is actually over our year to date budget, so that's just a timing issue with respect to our revenue, which is not a bad thing. Page 292, customer requests. We've processed about 8,000 customer requests so far this financial year, with a completion rate of 93%. Our hazard inspections for workplace health and safety, we've programmed 25 inspections across our portfolio and all have been completed, which is pleasing. It's good to do those inspections and to ensure safety for our staff and our community. There's some statistics around quality management system on page 294 where we had 9 improvement notices issued to staff and 3 are outstanding at the moment, which is something that we need to work on. Those improvement notices are to do with our quality management systems and our third-party accreditation forms and processes and so on. So it's something that's always on our mind. I'll just go down through to page 296. I just wanted to highlight from the first quarter through to this report, there's been an additional 130 water connections. So that's showing quite strong growth in our residential market, which is pleasing, but also translates into the amount of water treated in the first quarter. This is seasonal as well, 751 megalitres at Woodbury, which the last quarter has risen to just over 1,000 megalitres. So some of that would be due to the season, the summer season, and some through growth and so on. And the other statistic I wouldn't mind commenting on is on page 298, which is to do with our waste. So our green waste in quarter 1 was just under 400 tonnes, and it's risen to just under 1,200 tonnes in the last quarter. So that's quite a dramatic increase. And there has also been an increase, and it's sort of plateaued now on the number of waste vouchers being redeemed. So there's some interesting statistics there to absorb for the council. And at the end of the report, I've just included a few photos of various projects that we've completed. The hub fit out has been quite successful. Some of the floodways on Stanage Bay Road, and then a solar project at Yeppoon sewage treatment plant, which is coming along very well and is due to be completed in the next few weeks. You can see from the photo just how large that solar array is and what an opportunity that will be for the council. So I'll commend the report to the table and take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Creedman. So appreciative of this report. We looked at page 301 with the spectacular solar array at the sewage treatment plant photograph. I'm really, really impressed with that. Would you kindly remind us councillors at the table what savings on electricity costs this will be approximately per annum?
I'm sorry, council, I'll have to take that on notice. I can't say what the figure is off the top of my head, but from my memory, we'll bank into our batteries enough storage to run the plant. But I couldn't put a dollar figure on that. Sorry.
That's fine. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Happy to receive the report. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Move Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Watson. Just happy to go to the vote, councillors. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Creedman. 12.9 is a response to questions on notice in relation to drainage at Kawonga and Hoffmans Road.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the Councillor Mather's question on notice is respect to any records of this proposal being logged and designed for the works to be undertaken when a budget is allocated. So within the commentary of the report, there's quite an extensive history dating back to 2005 on this particular project. But I'd just like to point out that the project has been included in the draft 22-23 capital budget for just under $100,000, and that project scope is to construct a box culvert under Kawonga Road, and also to clean out the table drain on the southern side of the road and free up the drainage so the water can get away. We're also looking at upgrading the culvert under Hoffmans Road as part of this project, and detailed design is currently underway with the expectation that Council approves this project in the 22-23 program. So I'm happy to take questions around the project.
Thank you, Mr.
Councillor
Thank you,
Mather.
Michael. Michael, the culvert under Kawonga Road, where is that planned to be?
So just on...
I understand the one on Hoffmans Road.
Did you want to point? You got it on the screen there.
On page 304 of the agenda, there's a yellow line across with a circle around it showing the pipe. So from the officer's report, well, flood study, there's an indication that the water gets across the road, comes back up from the drain, floods across the road, and then scours to the north across the driveway on the photo that you can see there. So what part of our work is, we're planning on putting a levee bank or a small bund on the northern side of the road along the road reserve boundary to stop the water flooding through private property there and building up just a small hump in the driveway to keep the water within the road reserve. And then that yellow line is a new pipe that we will be installing that will bring the water back onto the southern side, and then we'll clean out the table drain on that southern side of the road and get the water back down into the main drain.
Yes, I understand that the table drain needs to be done. Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to move the recommendation. It's only to receive the report, but not spend the money at this point in time. But I'd like to be on site with Michael at some stage just to get a clear picture of it, because I'm not too sure whether we need to spend as much as we think we need to spend.
I'm sure that can be arranged, Councillor Mather.
Yeah, if we're looking at saving some money, that would be nice. I just need to be sure, that's all.
All right, no problem. Any other questions of Michael? All right, I've got a mover and Councillor Mather. I'm happy to second, seeing I've been on site and had a look as well. Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to the report, or are we happy just to go to the vote?
I think there's much to be said. Just to thank the Director for producing those answers. Thank you.
Indeed, and taking the comments from the members of the community on board too. Thank you. Happy to go to the vote, councillors? All right, so I've got a mover, Councillor Mather, second of myself, all in favour. Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 12.10. Response to notice of motion on the car park facade from councillor Bello. Over to you again, Mr. Creighton.
I'll just wait until
Mr.
manager
Pearce joins us.
of community assets. So I might hand over to Mr. Pearce on this one. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Sorry. Afternoon, Mr. Mayor, councillors. So this is in response to Councillor Bello's notice of motion with regard to the car park facade. So following that notice of motion, the 15th of March, we went out and sourced a durability consultant to undertake some work for us. As you can see from the recommendation and the further information that I issued to you yesterday, the recommendation has come back for an anodised aluminium solution, approximately $200,000 cheaper, and a potential extension of warranty out for another 10 years. So I'm happy to take any questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pearce.
What was the eventual price on that one?
It's not part of that councillor motor. It was issued yesterday via a separate email.
Yeah.
And it
It was
came out
200,000 cheaper.
at 895,000.
Have to ask. Sorry, how much?
895,000.
Still $200,000 cheaper, councillor
I
Mayor.
keep looking at that. Yeah. And that solved councillor Bello's question before about what was the right material, because there were some questions about which was the one that was going to be most favourable, and the colours and all the rest of it. Does that answer your question?
I think the officers are spot on with their recommendation.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
So, and just on that, you know, there were some issues identified still with the anodised product, blurring on the edges and what have you. So nothing's perfect, but I think importantly, you know, our staff have responded not really to my professional observations at all, but just to community concerns. And the good news is, you know, through collaboration, working together, we appear to have ended in a better position perhaps where we were. So
It always takes someone to bring it to the table, though, councillor Bello, and that was
yeah.
you. So thank you for your efforts on that.
Yeah. So happy to move that, Mr. Chair. Thank you obviously to Dean and for doing the background in that.
Seconder, councillor Hutton, thank you. Did you want to speak to the report, councillor Bello?
Thank you, other than just to thank those members of the community, and I hope that they would see this as a sign that their council is, you know, very much listening to, has an open ear, and that's continued on throughout. So yeah, good guys.
And just to echo councillor Bello's comments, thanks to the officers for taking all of that on board. I know it's more work, but I think it's a good outcome. Yeah. All right, so got a move of councillor Bello, seconded councillor Hutton. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen. 12.11, which is the response to the notice of motion from councillor Hutton in relation to lockers at Yeppoon Lagoon. Mr. Pearce, this one's yours again.
Yes. So this is an interesting one, and as you see from the investigations we've done thus far, we've spent a fair bit of time on this over the last few years, and haven't really come to a clear outcome. So what we're proposing here is that council just take a complete step back from the process. We put it back out to market, see what interest we get, and then from that process we potentially come back to the table with what the outcomes of that process are. So happy to take any questions.
Councillor Hutton?
No questions. I just wanted to thank Dan for the detail in the report, and happy to move it when we're ready.
Roger. Seeing we're talking about moving and seconding, can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Friend, thank you. Councillor Hutton, do you want to speak to the report? All right. We happy to go to the vote, councillors? All right. Move of councillor Hutton, seconded councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And thank you, gentlemen. Thanks, Dan. 12.12, naming of park at Mount Chalmers. Mr. Creedman, do you want to speak to this one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there's a parcel of land which is a former school oval in Mount Chalmers, which officers have gone through a community engagement process to understand if the community had a particular preference to name this parcel, and it's in council control. So we went out to the community. I think it was 494 notifications were issued. We had 14 responses, which wasn't overwhelming, but the result shows that overwhelmingly the Mount Chalmers Park is the preferred name for this small section of council-controlled land. So officers are bringing it back to the table as per the policy for endorsement by council, so it's fairly straightforward.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Creedman. Yeah, sure, Councillor Watson.
Mr. Creedman, at that ground, we were doing some work a little while back. We've removed the gates and then just left them like that. They've been having troubles with people driving on the field. Just wondering when we're getting back to finishing the job off.
I'll take that on notice.
Yeah, I was talking to Kev Riley only 2 weeks ago about it.
Yeah, thanks for that.
All right. Any other questions, councillors?
Just to say, Mr. Chairman, 14 out of 494, pretty sad even for Mount Chalmers. Yeah, you know, you wonder what you have to do to get their attention. Yeah.
All right.
But thank you for the officer.
Right. So can I, can I get a mover and a seconder for this one, please? Moved to Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Watson. Happy to go to the vote, councillors. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Creedman. Welcome to the table, Madam CFO. After a long day with us yesterday, here we are again.
My pleasure, councillors. I would just like to present the monthly financial report for the period ending 30th of April. So we are just over 83% of the way through the financial year. Overall, the operating result remains favourable against a year-to-date budget. So the surplus is looking at the present at about $17.9 million against a year-to-date budget of $11.4 million. Although there's obviously all of the end-of-year transactions that are still yet to occur in the month of June. So operating revenue is within overall expectations. It is favourable against budget for rates and water, with the notices that were committed in March but not issued until late April. They are due on the 1st of June. Fees and charges continue to be above expectations, as they have been for a number of months. Operating grants are also favourable against budget, and this is largely attributed to the additional prepayment of next year's financial assistance grant of 75% instead of the normal 50% that we would usually get and budget for, and that's about an additional $700,000 extra. It is offset by sales revenue, which is essentially just a lag in revenue recognition, so we do some work and then issue the invoice the month later. Operating expenditure year to date is within expectations, and we will see a higher proportion of committals expended in the next couple of weeks, with $8.6 million in committals at the moment. Cash remains particularly strong, although it did have a net reduction of $500,000 in the month of April, and it is hopeful that the increase in the cash rate will provide some more opportunities to review our investment strategies to maximise our interest earnings for the remainder of the financial year and into the next financial year. Our debt did also have a slight increase. This is because we charge interest on a monthly basis but do our repayments on a quarterly basis. So we just had to recognise interest of $248,000 in April, but we'll do our normal quarterly payment in June. And we're still on track to have our balance just under $60 million at the 30th of June. Receivables overall reduced by about $1.3 million in April, and that's largely due to the prompt payment by our residents and ratepayers on their rate notices and water notices that were issued. In April, that continues the previous month trends of the outstanding balances that are below prior year receivables amounts. We did see an increase in proposals to pay. This is where we contact our ratepayers to ensure they are on an appropriate payment plan to pay out their current outstanding rates before the end of the next billing cycle. And we did also do some referrals to our external debt collection agency where our internal processes haven't provided a result. Sundry debtor balances continue to be high, with invoices issued to the Department of Main Roads for some of our contract works and within 90 days in regards to the ongoing matters pertaining to the outstanding infrastructure agreements. Procurement, we've spent $14.6 million, or about 26%, with businesses located just within the Shire boundaries. In terms of capital revenue and expenditure, just over 51% of the revised Q2 budget has been spent, with $24.6 million in committal, although the majority of these committals, so outstanding purchase orders, do relate to works that are planned for the next financial year. There will be a flow-on effect too in regards to the accounting recognition for grants and subsidies. So that work is ongoing and should be finalised essentially today by the team. Recent estimates from our project managers indicate that a further $6 million will be required to be carried over into the subsequent financial year. And once again, this will have a flow-on effect to the program that was originally planned for 22-23 and will be shared with the councillors in detail next week during our next budget workshop. I'll just pause there for a moment to see if there are any questions on the monthly financial report from councillors.
Just one from me, sorry, Councillor Mather. Yeah. I think this time last year, at the end of the financial year last year, we were unaware of a number of assets, as I recall, we had to bring on, which affected our depreciation. Are we covered for that this time round, Madam CFO? We're sort of not expecting any surprises?
So when we undertake any comprehensive revaluation of our assets, there is always a risk that we will find some new assets with a fresh set of eyes looking and comparing our systems. The risk is a little bit lower this time around because we're reviewing one of our smaller asset classes, being site improvements. So there's a potential for lots of smaller items to be identified, but they will not have a material impact as they did with last year, because it was our largest asset class being our road, drainage and bridge assets. But those valuations are being finalised and reviewed again in light of all of the inflation indices that have come out.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. On page 335, Madam CEO, 94 million in cash, that's what we've got invested. Is that, Andrea? Is that investment?
So we actually don't have any fixed term investments at the moment, so it's either held within our general banker or within the Queensland Treasury Corporation.
Okay, so we've got money in Treasury.
We do.
Okay, so where is that 94 million sit? Where do we hold that?
So we do have a graph that should show you that. Just let me get to the right page, and it'll just show the split between what we have with our banking provider and 339.
So our debt at the moment is 61.56
So
million.
I'll just answer the first question first.
Yep.
So on page 339, there is a graph that has a green column and a blue column.
Yes.
So the blue is what we presently hold with the Queensland Treasury Corporation, and then the balance of that we hold with our general banking provider. And you can see the split there.
Yeah, that's
and our cash on hand is so small it actually won't show up on the graph.
that's cash investments. So we've got them in a couple of places, haven't we?
We don't have any term deposits. No, so we don't have any term deposits.
So what do we
at
call
the moment.
investments then?
Term deposits.
Term deposits.
Yep.
You said we don't have any term
We
deposits.
don't have any at present because the interest rates were so low. We're actually getting a
Terrible.
better return by holding it with our banking provider.
So where do we sit the money then?
Bank account.
With our bank in our bank account.
Just let it sit there. It's
Because we're
shame,
getting a
isn't it?
better return from our banking provider than what we would be on the investment.
So how do they do that? What's the return on that? Just from the bank?
So we
That's
are
not much either.
fortunate enough to be under the state banking arrangement, and we are afforded a premium above the cash rate on any investments that we hold with our banking provider.
Well, that's interesting, yeah. I thought, like last time I asked, which might have been 6 months ago, even then it wasn't very much as the term deposit. Yeah.
No, the cash rate was 0.1%. I think it's at 0.3 or 3.5% now, as of 2 weeks ago.
So with all of the movements in the banking field at the moment, federally, Reserve Bank and so forth, we expect that interest rate for term deposits to improve. We could review those at that stage, see what happens.
Yep, correct. Yeah. And we do that on a regular basis.
Yeah. Gee, money's not worth a cracker, is it?
Nope, not much.
Yeah. Yes. But I think what's happened, people are probably buying up to here because they're desperate for a house, and then they find the interest rates go up. The banks don't pass that on, but they take it from you, and of course you're looking at your house in another light. Yeah, but the second part of the question, Andrea, 61 million, is that our debt at the moment by the look of it there? As of the 30th of April, page 335.
Yep. And it should also show the split between the different types of debt that we do have. So we have some that are for general works, water, sewer and waste activities. But we are on track to, so it's just, we are on track to have a debt of $59.9 million at the 30th of June. So we'll bring it under $60 million at the end of this financial year.
Can we advertise that when we do our Save Livingstone campaign? Food for thought, tongue in cheek.
Yeah.
So I mention it every month in the monthly financial report update.
So we're looking at paying off how much when? Another end of June, what have we got, another 2 million?
So we make regular repayments during the year. So I think the next debt service repayment is about $2.4 million. Yeah.
Yeah, so as the CFO said, the balance will be about 59 million for debt.
That's really commendable for everybody concerned. Another question, just quickly. Asset sustainability ratio, it's only 23%, gone up 2%. Sorry. Yeah, there's a little mark against that take note. So what are we expected to be by the end of the year, Andrea?
Based on our
so low at the moment.
So based on our Q2 revised budget, you'll see there on page 335 again, that we had forecast it to be 120%, but that was largely attributable to the forecast spend on Stanage Bay Road. We will have a better idea of what that is estimated to be within the week, so you'll be briefed on that
next month.
On Monday. It will be.
It's okay.
It won't be 120%.
No, I wouldn't have thought so, but I'm just thinking, how could we jump that fast? That's all. Yeah, that's okay. Next Monday I'll be fine. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor May. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam CFO, through the capital projects expenditure report, right throughout it, but particularly on page 346, what's the red totals in brackets mean, especially for the fit out of the hub and the Quay Bay pool?
So that means that they've overspent on the budget for that particular line item.
Okay, thank you.
Is that dollars or thousands?
Thousands of dollars.
231,000?
Yep. So you see at the top of the table, there's the dollar mark with the 3 zeros. That's to represent thousands. So that whole table is represented in thousands.
What page are you on?
345?
346.
Any other questions, councillors? All right. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Move Councillor Bello. I'm happy to second. Councillor Bello, do you want to speak to the report?
So I appreciate the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? You happy to go to the vote, councillors? Mover Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Ireland. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Madam CFO. Operational plan is also yours, I believe.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, I'm also presenting today on behalf of the organisation the third quarter performance report for our operational plan. Operational plans are intended to measure how the organisation is progressing its actions in the financial year towards achieving the 10-year corporate plan. So out of the 100 various performance measures, 76 of the items are either completed or expected to be completed within the current financial year. And there's a couple of things that I would just draw attention to in that space. So, for example, in the Invest Capricorn Coast Region event strategy, so all the actions contained within the strategy have been updated in March, and those that remain outstanding will be completed prior to 2025. They've also identified the partnerships with outside entities that could be deemed beyond council control, but identify support towards completion of some of the priority projects, such as Great Keppel Island Development and the Keppel Bay Sailing Club Function Centre. The strategy for management of the Resource Recovery Centre and Resource Recovery and Waste of Livingstone Shire to 2030 was formally adopted by Council. Yeppoon Landfill Master Plan has been developed. The enterprise bargaining agreements for officers in the operational wards were certified on the 25th of March, and the LDMG also undertook exercise remote on the 16th of February 2022. So the general factors that were affecting completion of some of the actions, so these will be items that will unlikely to be completed or need to be deferred. So it's probably four main things that are affecting the completion of some of those things, and they are essentially disruptions caused by various COVID measures or illness of participants due to COVID, external stakeholder availability. So some of these do rely on a lot of liaison with external groups. So sometimes completion of these things are limited by their availability. We have had experienced disruptions to our supply chains, and the subsequent flow-on effect to pricing has in some instances been above our approved budget. So we've had to either go back and look at scopes or renegotiate with suppliers and tenderers on that front. And also internal resource limitations. So once again, illnesses by our employees due to COVID and prioritisation of some resources towards contributing to the successful completion of Phase 1 of Merlin. Happy to take any questions as best I can from councillors on the operational plan.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on page 357, if I can please draw your attention to 3.1.1b and 3.1.1c, both say benefits in doubt. But in particular, 3.1.1c, it states in the further column about funds that have been committed to Rockhampton Regional Council. What funds have been committed? It states Council has committed funding to RRC, which will provide opportunity to divert additional waste from landfill. However, without supporting some behavioural change program, full benefit is unlikely to be realised. So what was the commitment?
Mr. Mayor, I'd only be guessing, but I'm thinking it's partly education resource, utilising the resources that Rockhampton have, but I'd be guessing. I really should take it on notice and get a response for you.
That'd be lovely. Thank you, Mr. CEO. I'd really appreciate that. And just page 358, 3.3.1c, I'm just expecting that the next quarter will state completed in relation to the biodiversity strategy, which we've passed today. Completed.
All right. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Hutton.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I did have one, and it comes from the same waste and environment section where it references it's 3.1.1.b. Disposal cost per tonne compared to equivalent Category 3 councils. It says rescheduling is expected, the benefits are in doubt, it's an identified risk that's being managed, but the comment, and I think this was the part that perplexed me, was the comment related to this KPI was that waste and recycling costs are dependent on the location and access to facilities and markets, so comparison to councils with similar economic profile is often not possible nor useful. That being the case, why is it a KPI? And surely these were produced in consultation with the managers of this section.
You're right to raise it, Councillor Hutton. Again, I'd be guessing, but I'm thinking it's in relation to sale of recyclable material, but your observation that the people that made the commitment are then questioning the commitment made is absolutely valid.
Any other questions, councillors? Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Move Councillor Mather. Seconded, Councillor Friend, thank you. We'll go to the vote on this one, councillors. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Thank you, Madam CFO. You're also here for the fees and charges register.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, today I'd like to present the fees and charges register for the 22-23 financial year. So fees and charges account for approximately 7% of our forecast operating revenue for next financial year, which is about $6.5 million. This is one of the levers that council can either push or pull in order to change the amount of rates required to be generated to fund our operating activities and capital activities for each year. There are two types of fees and charges. The first one is cost recovery. So these are fees generally attached to those statutory type services, but the amount charged cannot exceed the cost to council providing the service or taking the action for which the fee is charged. The second is commercial fees, and these are for service that users elect to avail or not avail themselves and are subject to GST. The 22-23 budget is one of the more challenging budgets that this council will be considering, and council is subject to inflationary pressures just like any other entity. For example, the CPI that was released at the March quarter is 5.1%, with Brisbane CPI at 6%. Our Livingstone wage growth is at 2.5%, so it is unreasonable to expect that fees and charges will remain at the same levels as they currently are. Unlike rating resolutions, fees and charges can be amended at any time by resolution of council. And I will flag now that next month the property team will be presenting a report on changes to the caravan park fees that are included within this schedule after consultation with park managers, but this wasn't finalised at the time of preparing or presenting the report today. We are seeking the application of these fees and charges from 4th of July, so even if they make or propose the changes in June, there will be sufficient time for those charges to be in effect on the 4th of July. Happy to take any questions that the councillors might have on the schedule.
Councillor Watson?
Just a quick one on the caravan one. Is the prices going to reduce or increase?
I believe they're flagging that they could potentially reduce.
Yeah, I thought it might be.
Mr Mayor, question. When we talk caravan parks, I keep thinking of Keppel Sands and the opportunities to make money there by putting in extra powered sites. Have we thought any more about that?
That won't be a matter for the fees and charges, council. It'll be a matter for capital works.
Yes, sir, I'm thinking. I mean, what the cost might be to put it in, but what we might get out of it at the same time would have to be better.
Can I perhaps suggest you bring that up next week when we talk about the capital works budget?
Yes, yes, thank you.
All right, any other questions, councillors? All right, can I get a mover and a seconder, please, for the fees and charges register? Move Councillor Watson. Seconder? Councillor Bello, thank you. I was going to do it. Councillor Watson, did you wish to speak to the report?
No, I'm fine, thanks. All I know is there's a hell of a lot of work in it.
Yep, indeed. All right, happy to go to the vote, councillors. We've got a mover, Councillor Watson, second Councillor Bello. All in favour? Those against? Carried. 12:16 is the LGAQ Civic Leaders Forum for 2022. Mr Deputy, I might ask you to take the chair for a second again. Thank you.
I'm happy to kick off. Mr Acting Chair, if you like, this is simply ratification of proposed to be Councillor Eastwood's attendance at the LGAQ Civic Leaders Summit next month. You heard from the man he was unavailable to attend, and I think a quick discussion amongst councillors, Councillor Eastwood was nominated, so this is just to ratify that discussion.
Happy to move that, Mr Deputy Mayor, when you're ready.
Yeah, the only question I had, because I think I got a feeling I wasn't here that day. Or was I? You sure? What was the date? What was the date of that? No, sorry, the date of the actual conference.
The school holidays.
Which is?
29 and 30 June.
Okay, in the event that I was down there for a week, holidays, is there any scope that I could attend? Because I think it's only a day. It's a day and a half or something, was it? Would there be any flexibility to be able to looking into or consider investigating the option of attending?
It's as simple as having your colleagues resolve that way, Mr Acting
I
Chair.
wouldn't need accommodation or even travel or anything. It'd only be just the.
Sure, the LGAQ would happily have you along.
Sorry?
More attendees.
Okay. Well, that'd be the only request I'd make to colleagues if to this conference, but I'll already be down there, so there'd be no need for travel or accommodation.
I'd like to move that Council endorse the attendance by Councillor Eastwood at the LGAQ Civic Leaders Summit, and if circumstances allow, that Councillor Bello investigate opportunities for day attendance.
Yep.
If so available.
Now, Pat's going anyhow, isn't he?
Yes.
Yes. And he needs to register. He's taking himself down. Would you need to register? That's my question. So I think we need to, we need to approve registration. That's all we need to do, rather than investigate it. Just approve the registration.
Oh, it's the councillor who has to investigate whether he's available. So, but if we provide the approval so that he can, if he comes back and says it's a no, well then nothing's lost. Where if we don't give him approval today, then he can't do it afterwards.
Come back again.
Well, so you don't know whether you're going to...
No, I believe I'll be down there, and I believe with the support of the table that I could attend as a day person or attend
it then,
without...
all bar the shouting, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
Rather than investigate it, because you've got to get in early for these registrations.
Yep, well that would be much appreciated. Okay, so Councillor Hutton has moved that. Do we have a second, Councillor Mather?
So I reckon you might be...
Are we putting something in about yours?
Yep.
Just endorse him as attending. So put Councillor Eastwood and Councillor Bell on leave at that.
Righto.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay, so Councillor Mather is going to second that.
Yep.
We're comfortable with that, guys? While Justine sorts that out? We'll go straight, no need to debate that, we'll go straight to the vote. Those in favour? That was unanimous for those who are at the table. Over to you, Mr Chair.
Sorry? You cost me some money. All right, so that takes us to 12.17, which is the Executive Performance Management Framework and Senior Contracts. Mr CEO.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. At the last meeting, these were presented. Councillors requested the deferral of the matter for a bit more workshopping on different things, which was done a couple of weeks ago. So these are now returned to the table and recommended for adoption. Hasn't been a lot of alteration from when they were last presented. They're essentially in the same form as they were presented at last month's meeting.
Yes, noting the two changes that were included in the report.
Thank you.
It's number 12, 17.
It's the last in the open session. Set number 4. Last part.
So I note there's a number of questions from, is it Councillor Mather? Is this your? Microphone, Councillor, microphone.
What that document is, there was discussion the other day about how we might be able to get the best results out of what we're doing here. And it was suggested that we might have to be looking for someone to explain to us how we understand some of these changes that are taking place. And I think that's a good idea. And I've been through them for 3 days actually. And I've got a lot of questions, and I'd like to see that it go through to the keeper to go over it and explain to us and explore certain aspects of change. So I put out that document after going through it all over 3 days, and I've identified those matters that are of concern to me.
All right. So are you asking this to lay on the table until you get further information?
I think Councillor Bello was the one to raise it, Mr Mayor. He might like to lead it. I'm happy to fit in.
I can respond to all of Councillor Mather's questions if you wish.
No, I want a peer review, please.
Okay. move on to the next item if you like.
We just need to deal with it.
Well, another year.
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, if I may, perhaps to help provide some clarity around where to from here potentially. I had also had similar concerns, and I wasn't prepared to support it in its current format. And happy to do that if we determine to proceed with the recommendation before us, and I'll put my reasons why. But I did email through a foreshadowed motion to something to the extent that we would have councillors provide the ability to sit down, say, with the Arabic Committee, with Kerry Phillips, and or an external consultant that could provide us with, I guess, their insights into the proposed changes from an independent perspective. I think it can be difficult to disseminate these things on not just on your own, but we've sat down several times with the good officers and the CEO. But I feel that I would benefit from a third party sitting down and providing that feedback about various aspects that have been raised of a concern to myself. So that's why I foreshadowed through the email the option of that in the event that this motion wasn't successful or wasn't dealt with.
If I can be so bold, my suggestion would be that it's probably not the purview of the Audit and Improvement Committee. It probably is the purview of an independent.
Yep.
Just making that observation, Councillor Vella.
And that's why I think in the email the wording was something to the effect, or an appropriate, suitable, external, neutral, unbiased industry professional.
Who's well versed in contractual arrangements?
We understand the point. It's the offer we made previously. We're happy to do it.
Okay, so
We made the offer twice before.
Yep. Okay. Well, it'd be good to have. Oh, anyway, I don't want to overstep the mark. So, what would that offer look like? Who would that be?
Well, again, we wouldn't want to be presumptuous about who that might be. We would generally suggest the Local Government Association, but there's any number of HR consultants or lawyers around the place. So again, without wanting to miss the mark, it's probably important councillors nominate rather than staff.
Well, if we could have a list of, say, 3 people who would be suitable, we could sort of choose from.
The other alternative, of course, Mr. Mayor, is that we just don't do it. The place has operated for years now without any of this, and this has only been installed to overcome apparent concerns of councillors. If we're creating more concern by doing it, then we just stop. There's plenty of other things to be doing.
But there are changes proposed to contracts, aren't there?
That's right.
There are changes. We need to.
Yeah. At the moment, I approve all of those.
Yes.
I was going to give that responsibility to the council.
Exactly. That's exactly where I'm coming from as well. Because I don't think it should be up to one person to make changes, because we've seen what's happened in the past where that's occurred. Okay. I think I've said what I need to say.
Well, councillors, to try and bring this to a conclusion of some sort, would you be happy with the Local Government Association of Queensland, Peak Services, or whoever it is who offers this particular service to councils? I mean, yes, they are our, I suppose, representative body, but they are also independent in this type of stuff as well. They will give you an unbiased view.
Mr. Mayor, I would be happy with that. I believe it's, I don't know, it's Peak Services. It should be the LGAQ or some.
Peak Services is part of LGAQ.
Part of the, yes, okay.
Yeah.
Yes. So just, I have a question, if I may, to Mr. CEO. So your intent is to allow all these contracts to come back to the table. So your intent is to relinquish your authority?
No.
Seeking the council's endorsement of a model policy, so a policy and a model contract that would ring fence essentially what employment conditions for senior executives are. At the moment, that's at my discretion. And I just get a sense that councillors would like to have a little more control over that. So that's the process we've been working through now for some time.
Yes.
If it's creating more unease than it's overcoming, then I suggest we cease.
I think that's a good idea, Mr. CEO, because what we need to do is to not put the load onto you, but to have some consistency of what we understand and what we believe to be fair and just. Because I could see that there are some changes there that are clearly, and there's some ripples through the organisation, that are clearly staff aren't happy with some of them. And I'd just like to tease out what we could do to smooth that transition, if there is a transition, with staff to make sure. Because the last thing we want is to have an organisation, it isn't working at peak because it's suppressed for some reason or other. And we don't want to make it any more difficult for them because we've got some difficult things that we have to do and we need them at their best. There's a little bit here. I'll just read you this if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor.
As long as it's not too lengthy, Councillor.
Oh, no, it's very short, Mr. Mayor. It's a quotation from a magazine I came across recently. I believe this clearly and simply denotes the reason for PDOs should remain for council staff. That's just dealing with PDOs. I should have put it together with what I'd already read. And I don't know who Richard is, but anyway. I learned an enormous amount from Richard Goyer, the then CEO of West Farmers. The demands on a CEO on a big organisation are enormous. And I discovered how disciplined you need to be in managing your diary and making sure you focus on the issues that matter most to the business. What I think Richard really always did well was to remember the importance of family and health and making sure you take time out to visit in that part of your life, invest in that part of your life. If you've got a constructive relationship with your family and your organisation, you'll often make better business decisions. He never made me feel guilty about taking time to spend with my family. Some leaders want you to be visible 24/7.
Councillor Mather, is this actually...
It's finished, Mr. Mayor.
I'm going to say, was there a point here or
yes,
what?
it is. It is.
Right.
If you get it, you'll get it.
Well, I actually did read it on LinkedIn some time ago. So
did you?
Yes.
Did you? Lucky I didn't put my name to it.
I wasn't aware you were on LinkedIn, Councillor Mather.
Lucky I didn't put my name to it. Some leaders want you to be visible 24/7, and I think that creates the wrong culture. You're not being judged by outcome. You're being judged by how often or how late you work. That's it, Mr. Mayor. I guess the moral of that story is that a happy staffer who's had time to spend with their family, quality time, will produce, and you'll have a happy organisation. And I'll rest my case at that point.
Indeed. Well, councillors, would you be happy with a procedural motion to lay this on the table pending further consultation with LGAQ perhaps, and the CEO can refine the words, pending further consultation with LGAQ, I don't know, something along those lines. Right. Consultation and advice from from LGAQ.
And Mr. Mayor, could it be possible to put that document that I've distributed to all of you in with that request when it goes off?
To LGAQ?
Yes, please.
That's the time with the CEO to get it. Let's scribble out all the answers at lunchtime. So
I spent 3 days putting that together.
I spent 3 minutes putting some answers together.
That's the difference between us.
Most of them are fairly simple to answer, Councillor Mather.
All right, well, perhaps I can suggest that Councillor Mather spend some time with the CEO going through those, but we also do the LGAQ thing as well.
I mean, that's why we need to go elsewhere, because I know what you're judging by the contracts that you're putting in front of us. That's why they need to go further, because we differ in our opinions.
Well, that's not necessarily an unhealthy thing, Councillor, but this actually will, if we can just move forward, we'll go with the LGAQ and just, not deliberate on particular or individual responses. Okay, so that's the procedural motion, councillors, moved by myself. I'm going to call the vote on this now, so can I have a show of hands, please, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Mr CEO, and thank you, Madam CHRO. All right, so we're, is there any urgent business, councillors?
Chair, in the absence of Councillor Eastwood being here, he did ask me to raise the issue. I know it's not Council's responsibility, but whether Council could perhaps step in and provide some leadership in this space in terms of the vessel that has landed on our Lamore Beach. Councillor East would be the better one to raise it, but it would seem that through bureaucratic processes that I'm not going to judge because I don't know the ins and outs of, but we have a scenario which our community is very much concerned about, and I think would probably deserve some answers as to how something like of that nature can, with all of the resources that are available to our levels of government and the authorities that they have, what lessons could be learnt from that so that a similar thing wasn't able to happen again. So I probably put that out there, not really knowing the best way to do that. But our community is really disturbed by the way that's unfolded. And it hasn't just been a freak accident. It's been decisions made by various entities, probably acting within their authority, but potentially having a scenario where, I'm really looking perhaps for...
Would you be happy, Councillor Bello, then, if through my office I took on that particular issue, and I noted the member for Keppel today was calling on the Maritime Services and the other relevant agencies to get their act together on this because the community is extremely concerned. I'm more than happy to take that on board through my office as well.
Yeah, great.
And get back to the councillors and obviously members of the community through our Facebook page or whatever.
I'm sure Councillor East would really appreciate that, as I'm sure the rest of us as well. So yeah, thank you.
All right. All right, councillors. Councillors. Councillor Watson, we have one conversation going on at the moment. Yeah, well, we have one conversation, Councillor Mather, going on. Yeah, okay. Can we move into closed session now to discuss the confidential report? I'm going to move and second it, thank you. Move Councillor Watson, I'll second. All in favour? Carried unanimously and close off. Not in, right. nicely, thank you. All right. Back on live stream? Yep. All right. So welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to councillors to the open session. We have the motion before us, councillors, that the meeting. No, that's not it. Can we have the resolution, please, Justine? That one, council endorses the performance assessment statement dated 28th of March 2022, prepared by Mr. Dale Dixon, Leading Roles Associate. And two, in accordance with section 194.4A of the Local Government Act 2009, council endorses the performance plan for the Chief Executive Officer as prepared by the Mayor. And B3, the Chief Executive Officer performance plan be published. I'm happy to move, councillors. Can I get a seconder, please? Published, the same thing. Councillor Friend, thank you. Second up. All right. I moved it. Councillor Friend seconded. Yep. Yep. All right. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you, councillors. As that concludes our business for the day, I thank you for your time, councillors. Thank you, members of our community viewing in on live stream, and wish you all a good afternoon. Thank you.